Alrighty. Good morning. Welcome to USAPL Central Midwest Regionals Day 2. We're starting off this morning with Jerry. Um, had a little bit of a struggle getting the right weight on the bar, but we have 130 kilos on the bar for Jerry to start us off here today. So this is day 2. Had a good day yesterday. A lot of good lifters. Nice little battle of the 75s at the end of the day yesterday. Um, And then today we're gonna have some midweight men and heavyweight men this afternoon. And that's gonna be 3 white lights for Jerry on his opening attempt at 130 kilos. We've we have 135 on the bar for the next attempt. Gonna be Thomas. Not showing up on this. There we go. Showing up on the screen now. Thomas is a 75 kilo lifter. I think there's gonna be a mixture of 75s and 82s in this flight. We'll have, believe we have three. Yeah, we have 3 flights this session. Looks like a pretty uh full session overall. So Thomas takes 135 for his ultimate. Should be a good lift. See if the judges have this one. But nonetheless, getting the next weight loaded up 150 kilos for Braden. Just waiting on the bars loaded from the head rep. Now comes Braden, 150 kilos, 330 pounds. Was on red platform all day yesterday. Me and Thomas switched platforms for the day. If Braden takes 150 for his, I'll switch platforms for the day. A nice change of scenery this morning. Blake coming out next, adding 2.5 to that one at 152.5 kilos, 336 pounds. Or it was a good lift for Braden. Should be a good lift for the younger moving into Mason. Mason for 160 kilos, 352 pounds. Lifting cast is being a little slow this morning. He got 10 lifters in his first flight. There was an 82 that competed from an 82 kilo lifter that competed yesterday. It's the only one that I saw on the red platform. And then I think the rest of them are competing today. So we are gonna hang up Mason on platform blue. 160 kilos. Still a delayed lift, guys. Seems it's taking a long time this morning. Christopher's gonna come out 162 and a half kilos on a bar, 358 pounds. For Christopher there on the blue platform. We'll get that 180 loaded up. Ivan Dawn coming up next. Been a lot of Illinois winters this weekend. Not too bad of a drive up here to Appleton. I think it's only a few hours from Chicago, so seeing a lot of infamous crew lifts based out of Chicago as well. That, of course, in Wisconsin lifters. But USAPL Central Midwest Regionals is going to span all the way across the Midwest. Believe all the way from Nebraska to Ohio. So definitely a big region. Ivan comes out with 102 kilos, 402 pounds. See the opening squat there for Ivan. First squat of the 400s today. We have three more lifters in this flight, so it's not a good squat for Ivan. I think there's some technique issues in them. Legs coming out, 82 and a half kilo team lifter, team three. Team two is going to be 16 and 17. He wants 785 kilos, 407 pounds. Keeps making it look easy. See what coach has to say, but he's skid for a pretty big jump there in the second attempt. We're going to have Antonio coming up next with 202 kilos, 202 and a half, 446 pounds. The new training systems athlete. Antonio, T3 181, 82 and a half kilo lifter, 202 and a half kilos. Says we're making our way back to the top of the order, but I feel like we have one more lifter based on the lifting cast. Yep, we do. We got Colin coming out 215 kilos, T 382 and a That's a pit Vipers on the RIP GBT brand singlet on. Walks out 215. Moves it easy. Might have been a tad high. Have a feeling that they may call him for depth, but we will have to see here. It's going to be the case, but we'll see what the judges have to say. Playing lifting cast. They bring him a content. But it looks like they did give Colin the lift, so it was not a depth issue. So 215 fell for him. Probably take another 12 to 15 jump. And we are back to the beginning of the flight for second attempts. Thomas is taking 142 and a half kilos, 314 pounds for his second attempt. A little bit of a grinder, but made his way through it. His way through it. We'll see what the judges have to say. Three white lights. I was gonna say I can't see the judges entirely if they were to start holding the cards up. Um, not sure if I'd be able to tell if it was a good lift until they put it did cast, but it was a good lift there. Their time. Oh yeah, Blake up his second squat 160 kilos. I think they're doing something replacing a computer or something at the head table to get the lifting cast a little bit in a little bit better of a position. Been struggling so far this morning. As Blake next he's with 160 on his side. Sixty is gonna be a good lift. Platform two again. Platform red for his second spot. Lights are broken. That Blake's not Blake. He just really did. Yeah, Braden comes out with 160 for his second attempt as well. And we'll add 10 kilos, get up to 170 for Mason. Smooth second attempt for him. He opened up with 52, so probably took number 7 to John's. 7 or 10 gets on 67 and 1. Just the attempt. Some coming. Second attempt at 170 kilos. Forgot to roll his sleeves up before getting on the platform, but made his way out there. In the all white inserts. Pretty solid for him for a second attempt. Then we'll have Christopher coming out for 117.5 kilos on 380 pounds for his second. About halfway through second so far. Christopher picks up a nice 172 from his second attempt. We'll see what the judges have to say there. Few red lights there for Christopher. 10 kilo jump from 182 to 192. He missed his opener, so we'll see if he can make a little adjustment here, get it on the board, and go on with the rest of the day. So he gets under 192 to 420 kilograms. 10. Must have just missed some commands in the first attempt. Because, and I made sure to tell him to wait for it when his second attempt, but three white lights there. So one, and then when we are going to get into 195, 420 pounds. But Isaac, 10 kilo jump from his opener. So see if he puts up 205 full attempt, but everything's moving pretty easy for him so far. Antonio coming out with 212 kilos, 468 pounds for his second attempt. One more attempt in the flight on seconds, and it's going to be 230 kilos. After that, for Antonio's second attempt at 220, so we got her involved. It's not yet taken 212. He's taking it right now. A little grind, battles through it there. See what they call that for a third attempt. Probably not a huge jump, maybe a five. Colin coming up next at 200 here. So just getting above that 500-pound mark in his second attempt. 507 pounds. So we'll see what happens. Opener looked like it was maybe a tad high. Judges threw it to him, so that must be no issue. So we'll see how he can move this 230. Squat looks aggressive. 215 moved really easily. Moving nice. Moving nice. It's going to be 2 to 1 lift. So probably good for another 10 kilos, I would say. Uh, Probably ended off at like 240, maybe a little bit more. What TV Swindler has to say about it, but 230 moved pretty nice. 2 to 1 counts. It's a good lift. It's like only taking a 7 kilo jump from 230 to 237. So opting for a little bit of a smaller jump. But now we are starting our third attempts at flight A. Thomas coming out with 145 kilos, a 2.5 jump from his second attempt. There was something on a platform for a second, but gave Thomas the green light and was ready to take 145 kilos for his third attempt of the day. Like some more spotters take it. It's going to be an all-in. Just threw a chip on real quick for Jerry to come out with 147, which is 325 pounds. Squat for a massive lift here. Props to him for doing that. That squat's buried. See what the judges had to say, but Jerry for being, over 70s, he's in the Masters 4 division. So I believe that was 70 or 79. Out here competing, definitely cannot argue with 325-pound squat at, you know, over the age of 70. Props to Jerry not only for squatting 325, but executing it to a comp standard. Now we got 170 loaded on the bar for Braden's third attempt. It looked like it was strong out of the hole and then just lost it a little bit at the top. Not caught by the spotters and motors. I'll move on to Blake's attempt at 172 and a half kilos. Just throwing the 2.5 on. Little giant, little small stick and point here. Not two reds for Blake. It's two reds for Braid and Flash. We'll just see what the judges have to say. A few white lights for Blake, and instead of jumped out hard at 72 and a half, 380 pounds. Up 10, hit up 182 and a half. There's the free. It's at 2.5 kilos, 402 pounds. Getting another team. So flight A is called those team lifters. And then I believe as we get into flight C, we should see that's when the open kind of comes through. So it'll be Raw and Junior for these few flights probably, and then we'll work our way into open division. Slow walk up. This gets up under 182 today. Really good catch by the spotting through here. Leave there from Kent State. If I saw it correctly yesterday. Kent State Powerlifting came all the way from Akron, Ohio. Good spot with up there to help Clinton and Vanilla Lee Jim Veronica and me this weekend. Yeah. So coming out up for an 82 and a half kilo recoup from Christopher's last attempt. It's a good lift for Mason. Seven kilos. We'll jump 17 kilos to 200. For Ivan, who's making a 7 kilo jump to 192. Second look to top. See how they figured that out critters, but looking at the ranking, squat command, back to grinder, but see what the judges said. It should be a good lift, but waiting to see what they call for. And by the way, solid grinder with the 200 kilos rising. It's a good lift for Ivan, 200 kilos. Like we're still having some technical difficulties, but we have Isaac up for 205, I believe. Can't see the lift and cast, but I believe it's 205 kilos for Isaac. Down with the ball, but just 10-kilo jumps for him across the board. Like 185, 195, 205, and kind of the day off with pretty easy motion. Looks like he did 210 kilos, so they took a little bit big a jump from 185, 195, and then 210. So they made a 15-kilo jump for his third attempt, and he puts it on the board. Um, Limit for the result for Antonio. Make him current lifter. Antonio's coming out for his third attempt. It's playing on 217.5 kilos. It's going to be a black and silver collar. We have another misload. It's walking out 217 kilos. Walk forward up out of the hole and grinded it all the way through as he walked it into the flat. As the right lights for Isaac of the nutrient systems. We have one more lifter in this flight area. That's going to be Colin. Colin's taking 237.5 kilos, 520. Let's make it a 7-kilo jump, 230, 507 pounds. Colin walks out 237. Moves it nicely. We'll see what the judges have to say depth wise. He had one red light on his second, and it looks like it's going to be a 2-to-1 good lift for him. So, platform going to be 3 flights today. Christopher coming out with 165 kilos for his opening. Very tall, 82.5 lifter. I have to look at what his rack shape was, but could not be could not be me. 2-to-1 good lift for Christopher. We make our way to Parker. Parker is gonna squat 175 as his opener. And the heaviest opener of the flight's gonna be 240 kilos. Pretty we do have a few open lifters. It looks like five of the 9 lifters are gonna be open. So we have Parker opening up at about 175 kilos. Spoke spot there for Parker. We'll see what the judges have to say, but light bias, no issue there. See how the flex Jones is athlete. Anthony's coming up here. Under 180 kilos, 396 pounds for his opening squat attempt. Flex training systems athlete. Looked like a pretty easy open there. See what the judges have to say depth wise. They went pretty leaning on depth, especially for like regional slides, national level read, but it's just the way of the road some days. Some days you have to bury your squats, and some days you can cut them a little bit short. Justin comes out with it's 205 kilos. Justin a part of greater human performance. So this is squat nine at 205. Let's grab me that one. 205 is going to be 452 pounds. Two hundred. You guys are really integrated strength. It's going to be a Brad Coulier. A Brad Coulier. Not wearing the integrated strength comp to me. It's not handled by a leaky. So 220 kilos on the opener for Luke. Looking like a pretty easy opener for him. Dustin taking 225 kilos, so breaking in 496 pounds. It's about it. Infamous crew member. He was doing some coaching slash handling yesterday. Long day yesterday, coming in and clean this morning. As Justin comes out with 225 kilos. We have three more attempts. It's there for Justin. And then we're moving on to Josh. Josh is going to be taking 230 kilos, 507 pounds. 230. Josh here. 232 up next, and then 240 spot open. It's a good lift for Joshua. 230 kilos, 507 pounds. Tony coming up with 237, 512 pounds. Looks like Mr. Sean is handling him this morning, but Tony's coming out with 232 and a half kilos. Over pretty easy. We'll see what the jokes have to say. Should be a good lift. Tony and the light lights. It's Brandon, data-driven strength comedy. And so he's got Circle City Strength certified handler. Nice pick with 240. I think this is going to be no issue for him. Just looking. Probably take a smaller jump to 250. Either way, a 240 kilo opener on squat for an 82 and a half. So we got Christopher coming out and starting second attempts off with 180 kilos, taking a 15 kilo jump from 165 to 180. 180 is going to be 396 pounds. It's like Luke's taking a 12 and a half jump from his opening 240 kilos. So Christopher with 180 kilos. A little bit of a ground here on the second rep for second attempt there, but it's going to be 2 to 1. And it's two. For Anthony, got the string system slipped there. He picks 418 pounds, 109 kilos. Solid walk down, nice solid squat. Depth was being an issue. See what the judges have to say, but looking like it should be a good lift for Anthony. And yes, it was a good lift for Anthony. Getting into Parker Parker is also taking 190 kilos, 418 pounds. It looks like a good squat for Parker on his second attempt. Looked like his handler and all the other infamous crew lifters in that session impressed by that second squat from him. Justin coming up with 217 kilos. It's going to be 479 pounds on his second attempt, making a 12-kilo jump from his first to his second. So we got Justin taking 217 for his second attempt here. A greater human performance lifter. Not sure I'm familiar with greater human performance, but a pretty solid lift there for Justin. Luke making his way over, making a 10-kilo jump from his opener at 225 pounds, taking his second at 235 kilos. Integrated strength athlete. And the helix sleeves as Luke takes his second attempt at 235 for a ride. I think he's got 250 in him today. If he can stay in the quads, it looks like he can power himself out of the hole pretty easily. So we'll see what they call for his third attempt. I think 250's in the cards, but they may opt for another 10-kilo jump. Oh no, they took a 15. Yeah, they will. I would imagine that they'll load 250 kilos for his third attempt and just match the 15 kilo. The 15 kilo. Uh, looks like they only took 10, so did not take the 15 to get the 250. So we got Justin coming up on blue platform right now, 237 and a half kilos. It's gonna be 523 pounds. He walks it out, another infamous crew lifter. And he's gonna grind that out on a second attempt is kind of crazy, but we will see we will see what the judges say. I can assume he's looks like three white lights. Three white lights for Justin on his second attempt. I can imagine he's probably not coming out for a third. Uh, Typically, you don't empty the tank on a second, but I would imagine they aren't putting in a third for him. He may just time out and make sure the other lifters have time between attempts. Now we have Tony coming up. Not sure who he's coached by, but Sean Kilo Strength and Performance. Sean Alexander has been handling him today. They took a 15-kilo jump from his opener at 230. Nice second attempt there for Tony at 245 kilos. And that's going to be three white lights, a good lift for Tony. Imagine they'll probably jump to about a 252 to 255. But we have one more squat, or we have two more squats. It's going to be Josh. Josh took a 15 kilo jump from 230 kilos to 245. A nice spot for Josh there. We got Luke coming up. We got Luke coming out, and he's gonna do his second attempt at 252 kilos. Gonna be 556 pounds. And I think there may be a battle for. I think there's for sure gonna be a battle for the 83 Open today. Looks like Tony, Luke, and Josh are all gonna be fighting for that number one spot. Um, Luke did the 252 second attempt. Gets three white lights. I'd imagine they probably aren't going to load more on his third. Probably just scratch it. But the other 282 and a halves are trying to match that 252. So there is potential that those three will come out of the 82s with the same squat. And it looks, oh yes, the next the next flight is going to start the 90s. So we have 82s in the flight A, 82s in flight B, and 90s in flight C. So you should have a pretty good idea of how everybody's going to start to, fall into place based on their what their openers are set at and how what they ended up with after squat. But this could be another fun session as we get into the end of this second flight. Especially when we get to deadlifts, we might be seeing people, out pulling each other, seeing the coaching come into play, attempt changes, whatever else, to put their lifters in a position to pull ahead and get the number one spot. But I think we're gonna be seeing some lifters nearing the 500, if not passing the 500 dots mark. I believe at 82 you need about a 725 to 730 kilo total to get that 500 dots. But depending on the body weight, looks like Anthony bodied that 200. But depending on the body weight, if you are a little bit lighter, it's a little bit to your advantage for a higher dots. Best lifter of the entire regionals meets, both male and female, will receive their pro card, their USAPL pro card, and that will automatically give them a spot at USAPL Raw Nationals, or it'll give them an invite. And then it's up to, oh, it looks like, okay. Um, and then it's up to each lifter if they would want to move forward with accepting that invite or not. But it is on the table if they are inclined. As Parker grinds through his third attempt at 200 kilos, 440 pounds. And we're getting into the latter half of the third attempts here. So to round this flight off, we have a 252, a 252, and a 255 squat. And those three, based based on projected openers, it looks like those three that are going to round this flight out are going to be battling for winning the 82.5 division today. So as we get into deadlifts, that's going to be pretty exciting to sit and watch. As Justin walks out his second squat or his third squat at 227.5 kilos, 501 pounds. Second looked good. Looked like he was enjoying himself in the back room, and it's not going to be there today, unfortunately. But we are gonna have Luke coming up next, the integrated strength athlete, Brad Couliard athlete. And he's going to be coming out to 245 kilos, 540 pounds for his third attempt. Nice squat there for Luke. Going 3 for 3 on squat, taking a 245. Really nice third attempt there for Luke. It's like they were having some issues tightening the collar on the right side of the bar. So he settles with 252 and fights for it. We'll see what the judges have to say, but a successful squat. And three white lights. So the first of the trifecta goes down. Now we have Joshua coming out with the same weight, 202, 252.5 kilos. It's going to be 556 pounds. It's going to be a repeat of the last weight. Um, then we're going to repeat that same weight up next for, oh, it looks like Luke is not taking 252. So Joshua and Tony are tied for the lead in the squat right now. Um, I believe no, they all squatted 252. I'm tweaking. Either way, we have a three-way tie for first place right now at 252 kilos. Their benches are all pretty similar, and their deadlifts are honestly all pretty similar as well. So it's going to be a battle all the way through. It's really just about who makes their attempts and who doesn't. I think they all have pretty good handlers on the day. Um, so I'm excited for a nice battle of the 82s. It does look like Joshua is planned to have a 30 kilo um, lead just on bench. He's opening at 172. The other two are opening around the 140, 145, 147 range. But like I said, it's really just about who starts making attempts and who doesn't. Um, but Nolan started us off strong with a 140 kilo opener. Good attempt. And then we have Marco coming out. Breakthrough strength, 157 and a half kilos. 157 is going to be 347 pounds. And we have a good opener there for 157 and a half. So we have Ben coming out. His squat opener is going to be 182, 402 pounds. Can't tell if he's got the kit on. I don't know if that's like the full Phantom kit or what, but either way, Buddy is color coordinated and hitting his squat opener. A little tough, but three white lights for him. We'll see what they call for his second. We got another Buddy that is color coordinated. Needs those Phoenix sleeves, and he's looking like a G. But he's got 195 kilos on the platform, 429 pounds. They're telling Handler, man, he can't record from the coach's box, and he seemed a little mad. But 195 is a good lift for Nicholas on his opener. Kind of flying through these openers for the 90 boys. Um, where we're going to get in 207, 207 and a half kilos for Keegan up next. Team 390. So he comes out with 207. Deep squat there for Keegan. Should be no issue getting some whites on that one. And then we only have two more lifters in the flight before we make our way into second attempts. We got Jake coming out 225 kilos. Badger Powerlifting, University of Wisconsin, Madison. 225, 496. Bodies that John on the opener. Uh, yeah, looking like he could have a pretty good squad there. Then we jump 30 kilos. 30 kilos all the way up to 255 for Abel. Uh, yeah, Abel, 255 kilos, 562, team 390. Bro has the elite squat leverages. So he walks out 255 on his opener. Moves it pretty nice. See what the judges have to say. And three white lights. I've definitely seen some higher squats pass today. So depth is probably pretty solid for him there. But we are getting into second attempts with Nolan starting us off at 147 and a half kilos, 325 pounds. The sleeveless warrior. Walks out 147 and a half here. Not too bad for a second attempt. Probably add another 7.5 kilos. And then we're going to have Marco come out. Marco is going to take 165 kilos, 363 pounds. So Marco's got about 30 seconds to get the squat command. Gets under the bar. He's got enough time to come out and settle down, get settled before he gets the squat command. He gets the squat command, takes 165 for his second attempt. Moves it pretty easily. I don't even know what this SPD kit's called. If you I don't know if you're listening to this, but if you are in the comments, I can't sing for you, Michael, but I'm just checking the comments out. But if you're in the comments and you're listening to me, can you please tell me what this SPD kit is called? I feel like it's called the Storm, but I might be wrong. Either way, he's got the full kit. I think he's got the Addy powers on. Nah, I think those are $3. But good lift there at 195, three white lights. I don't think there's anything better than a well put together meet day fit. And we'll have Nicholas coming out, and I know this one's called the Phoenix one. It's got the Phoenix singlet, the Phoenix SBDT, and 205 on the bar. Moves 205 pretty easily there. and a good lift there for Mr. Nicholas on his second attempt. Then we got Keegan with 220 kilos. 220 is going to be 485 pounds. Unfortunately, we got the collars on, so he'll probably load the fourth red, I would imagine, depending on how this moves. But his opening move's pretty solid, pretty easy depth point. Shouldn't be an issue, so we should see the fourth red for him today. Should be good for at least another 5, probably another 7, 7 to 10, probably 7. And Jake is going to come out with 237 on his second, making that 12-kilo jump from 225 to 237. He's the University of Wisconsin Madison lifter. Jake unracks 237, walks it out. Bodied that. Holy. Took a 12 from 1 to 2. I wonder if they take potentially more from 2 to 3. Not sure what his coach's name is, but I've seen him before. Uh, yeah, I don't know his coach's name. Anyways, 255 to 267 for Abel here. 267 is going to be a 589-pound squat on his second attempt. So could be the first 600-pound squatter that we've seen this far, so far this weekend. We'll see. The clock is running, my brother. And he's coming out now with 267 and a half kilos, basically 590 pounds. So nice walkout. Moving it pretty easy. We just have to see what the judges say. Kind of looks high to me, but I'm tweaking clearly. There's a reason I'm not repping and I'm sitting behind a microphone. But three white lights, I can't see it from the sides. I can only see the angle that you guys can see. But three white lights for Abel. They're for sure gonna load 6 over 6. Um, so Abel, if you hear this back, I'm not hating, I promise. Nolan coming out for his third attempt at 155, 341 pounds. And then we got about looks like 7 lifters. And I get to go rock some caffeine, some more caffeine. So 3 white lights for Nolan. He made the 7-kilo jump from 147 to 155, 3 for 3 on squats. Have not missed a squat yet on these in this flight. Nobody's missed on depth. Nobody's missed on technicalities or commands. So a pretty clean flight thus far. As Marco's going to come out, breakthrough strength athlete with 170 kilos, 374 pounds, taking a fat whip of the salts. Pretty easy third attempt from Mark though. Caught a little bit of a stick and point, but got through it. But no issue for him. Benjamin Summers is coming out, uh, kind of yelling back here for the 197 third squat attempt. So Ben comes out for his third attempt at 197. I don't know what he's doing. Looks like the rack height was wrong. The rack height was incorrect, so he's gonna go back out there. They're starting the clock. He's going back out there and he's gonna load up 197 for his third squat attempt. It's like a lakeshore barbell athlete. Aggressive pick off a pretty low rack height. Yeah. He got caught out of the hole there. Looks like the hip shot out from him and couldn't recover from it. So gonna be a first no lift of the flight at 197. Then we'll have Nicholas coming up 210 kilos on the bar, 463 pounds. So Nicholas coming out for his third attempt at 20 or 210. And that's a good lift for Nicholas on his third squat attempt at 210 kilos, 463 pounds. They're going to have the last three lifters of the flight. It's like Keegan did load the 227, 500 pound squat. See if he's got it in him. But when you're that close, it's almost like worth it to at least throw it on the bar and see if you can pull it off. So we'll see what he can do with 227 here. Then we're taking a nice 22 kilo jump to 250 for Jake, and then another 30 kilo jump for Abel at 280 kilos. So some pretty big jumps between these next few lifters. As Keegan walks out 227, settles in, gets squat command. We'll see what he can do here. Nope, not going to be there today. Just lost tension out of the hole. Fell a little bit forward. Wasn't there on the day. So up next we got Jake, University of Wisconsin Madison guy. Smelling some salts. They took 12 across the board. I have a feeling this 12 and a half kilo jump to 250 is gonna be easy. But we will have to see. His second attempt was pretty easy. Pretty easy third there for Jake. We'll have to see what the judges say. I think They got him with three white lights. I couldn't tell if he like fell over at the top, but either way, I mean, lost balance even a little bit out of the hole, but it looked like he recovered pretty easily and still bodied that 250. Then we got Abel coming up with a 280 kilo squat attempt at a 90 kilos. Illinois lifter state record attempt, 280 kilos at 90. And I can't tell if he's he's a team three. So this would be a team three 90 kilogram Illinois state record. Strong pick, strong walkout. We'll see what he can do here with 280. 280 is not going to be there today. Good fight with it. Tried to battle through that one, but fortunately not there. But that concludes the squat portion of our morning session here. We'll have about a 10-minute break, and then we'll be back here for bench. Alrighty, we are back. Starting bench off. Starting bench off. On this first session of day two, and I think I missed a lift or two. Yeah, I did. No, Jerry's up now. Jerry's up, taking 82 and a half kilos. It's going to be 181 pounds for his bench opener. And if you're just tuning in, we have some 82 and a half more like master, teen, and junior lifters in this flight. All right, looks like just masters and teens. In the next flight, we have a few juniors and a few opens. But we do have we're gonna have a battle probably for the 82 first place, the 82 champ, regional champ, depending on how bench goes. Because I believe we do have one of the three lifters has his opener is 30 kilos above the other two, but it really just depends on who makes lifts and who does not. So people make up that 30 kilos pretty quickly. We'll just have to see what happens. But we are so far 3 for 3 on bench attempts, and we are going to load up 87 and a half kilos for Braden, 97.5 kgs. As Braden takes 97 keys for an easy opener. Go get him, Greg G, says Kevin. I think he might be in the third flight. But we do have Ivan coming up here. 100 kilos, 220 pounds on the bar for him for his bench opener. Ivan gets the start command. Easy bench opener, 100 kilos for Ivan. Got Mason coming up. He's doing 100 kilos as well. 220 pounds for the fellas. Mason, the close grip bencher, gets a start command, a press command, and should be a good lift. Next up, we got Antonio at 107 and a half kilos. It's me 237 pounds. Antonio gets a nice little lift off from the head spotter. And Antonio gets a 2-to-1 good lift on his opener. We have uh, we have Isaac coming up at 115, 253 pounds. I didn't dissociate. I was just couldn't see the lifting cast. But he's coming out with 150, 115 kilos, 253 pounds for his opening attempt on bench. So now we got Christopher coming up at 127 kilos. His opening attempt. 127 is going to be 281 pounds. Then we'll have Colin up next after Christopher, and he's going to do 130 kilos, 286 pounds to close the flight out. A little sticky, but made his way through it. The opener should be a good lift for him. So three white light for Christopher at 127 kilos, 281 pounds. And then Colin's gonna come out with the pit vipies, asking for a handoff, telling him how he likes it. He gets ready to take his opener at 130 kilos, 286 pounds. And that's going to be a three white light lift for Colin on his 130 kilo opener. Now we got Thomas coming out for his second attempt at 77 and a half kilos. That's going to be basically 171 pounds. And Thomas is going to have a good lift, three white lights on his second attempt at 77 and a half kilos. Then Jerry is going to go up to 87 and a half on his second attempt, making a 5 kilo jump from 82 and a half. Jerry gets the start command, the press command. Pretty easy second attempt for Jerry. He gets three white lights. So I got Blake taking his second attempt at 90 kilos. So it's just 198 pounds. Makes pretty easy work with 90 kilos on his second. It's going to be a three white light good lift for Braden. Cleared the lake. I mean, now we have Braden up. Braden is second attempt's going to be at 102.5 kilos, making a 5 kilo jump from 97.5. I've seen so many pairs of easy slides here this weekend as Braden takes his second attempt at 102.5. That's going to be a good lift for Braden, I would imagine. We'll have to see what the judges say, but should be a good lift. It's going to be 3 white lights there for Braden. And then we'll make our way to Ivan, and Ivan will be taking 107.5. I think he's taking a 5 kilo jump from his opener. So, or 7.5, my bad. So he's jumping 7.5 from 100 kilos. 107 is going to be 237 pounds. Good second attempt there for Ivan. Wonder if they just take it a 2 or 5. Probably not a 7, but 2 or 5 is probably the move there. See what they end up calling out for him, but good attempt there on his second for Ivan. And then we're gonna have Antonio Lemieux Training Systems athlete coming up for his second attempt at 112.5 kilos, which is 248 pounds. Bit of a tough second attempt. A little bit of a sink and heave on the chest. Looks like you got a 2-to-1 good lift. 2-to-1 good lift. All you need is two. And Antonio is, I would imagine they'll probably take a 2 on his third and just try it out, see if they can make a small adjustment and make that third happen. But we have Mason coming up for his second attempt at 115. This is 253 pounds. Close grip, failing the second attempt on 115. He'll probably retake it. We'll see. But missed second attempt at 115 for Mace. He took a 15 kilo bench jump from his first to his second. So don't typically see that, especially in the 100 ranges. But took the 15 from 100 to 115. As Isaac blows up 122.5 kilos, probably taking another 7. We got Christopher coming up for his second attempt. Christopher's second attempt is going to be 132 and a half kilos. He gets the handoff with 292 pounds. Caught some sticking points. I don't think there was any downward motion. 3 white lights for Christopher on his second bench. Small jump for a third, and I think he's probably got it in the bag. Colin coming out taking 135 on his second attempt. Colin's a teen 3, 82 and a half kilogram lifter. Should be a good second attempt for him. He gets 3 white lights there. In the Miami Vice RIP GBT brand. And Thomas coming up with 80 kilos. It's like they're taking 2.5s across the board. 75, 77, 80. Um, but he's got 80 on his third attempt bench here. And a solid bench there for Thomas on his third attempt. We got Jerry coming up for his third attempt at 92 and a half kilos. He's on the platform now, waiting to get this young handoff from the head spotter. Everybody who requests a handoff today will be given a handoff by Buddy. The head spotter has to give everybody, or one spotter loader has to give everybody who requests a handoff. And they can't switch on and off. Everybody who requests one has to receive one from him specifically. So Jerry gets his third attempt bench at 92 and a half kilos. So we have Blake coming out at 97 and a half kilos. It's going to be 215 pounds. It's not going to be there today for Blake. And now we have Braden coming out with 105 kilos, 231 pounds. Braden Unracks 105, ready to take it for his opening attempt, or his third attempt. Pretty easy third attempt for Mr. Braden. Ivan's going to come out for his third attempt at 115, taking another 7 kilo jump. We'll see what happens here. Can't remember if his second was like tough or not, but let's see what he has to show for here. Been ready to take the hand off. Ivan gets the hand off with 115, 253 pounds. It's not going to be there today for Ivan. Now we got Antonio coming up with Lemieux training systems for his third attempt at 115 kilos as well. Antonio starts fighting for it, not going to be there on the day. And we have 115 one more time for Isaac, I think, for Mason. 115 one more time for Mason. Mason is going to bench close grip and try to fight through that sticking point. Looks like Mason came back through, and it's going to be a good lift. It's got Isaac coming out for his third attempt now, 122, 100 or 127. His second attempt was at 122. They opted for a 5 kilo jump to 127 for his third. Isaac gets the start command, the press command, and a smooth third attempt bench at 127 kilos. Christopher coming out for his third attempt, and then we just have one more attempt in the um, first flight. Christopher is not going to get that third attempt bench at 137 kilos. Went up 5 kilos from 132. Now we have Colin coming out for 140 kilos, 308 pounds. And then we will start flight B, first attempts on squat on bench. So Colin gets the handoff for 308 pounds. He ended up hitting it. We'll see what the judges have to say, but I think it should be a good lift. It's gonna be three white lights. So we're gonna have Justin start us off on his second flight on bench. He's gonna start us off with 110 kilos, 242 pounds. So we're gonna go all the way from 110 all the way up to 172 at the end of the flight. So Justin starts us off with three white lights on his opening attempt. And Christopher will come up next, and he's got a planned 112 kilo opener. 112 is 248 pounds. Christopher with a good lift on his opener at 248 pounds. And it looks like I don't understand why the Isaac Hansen squat is still up there. But Parker's coming up next. He's gonna have 115 kilos on the bar. Parker's got 115 kilos planned in his hands, actually, not just planned, but it was an easy opener. So we are moving forward into Anthony with 125 kilos for his opening attempt. Then we'll jump 15 to Luke. Anthony in the flex T. Easy opener at 125 kilos. So we got Luke coming up 140 kilos. Luke's integrated strength athlete. So he's taking 140 as his opening attempt. We'll jump up to 142. We'll jump up to 147. And we only have about 4 or 5 lifters left in this flight before we get into second attempts. And we have a short third flight. And Luke with a pretty easy opening bench. Now we got Tony. Tony, one of three lifters fighting for, I mean, they're obviously all competing for a top spot today, but Tony, Joshua, and Luke Montalban are all battling or going to be battling for number one. So Luke and Tony, the next two lifters here, need to hit these attempts to try to make up for the 30-kilo variance between their bench and Joshua Sparks's bench. And Tony makes easy work of his opener. Next we have Luke, and Luke will be taking 147, I believe. Yeah, Luke's got 147 planned. Data-driven strength guy. I've seen his hand. Like this is it. I see so many people that I've definitely seen before, and I just don't know their names. But Luke's coming up here with a 147 kilo opener. Smooth bench there for Luke. So Tony took a 5 kilo jump. Luke will probably take a 7. So that's where you kind of see that's when you kind of start to see the totals kind of vary a little bit. If one person adds 5, the other person adds 7, they both hit it. The other person still adds another 2.5 kilos to the lead. But we have Justin up, infamous crew Justin, and then he's out here benching 162 kilos as his opener, and he's got an arch, very limited range of motion on him, but you use it to your advantage in the sport of powerlifting, so it's leading to a pretty big Justin bench. That's going to be 2-to-1 good lift for Justin on his opener. And it did look like Luke put the 7 on his, so if both, well, up comes Joshua. Joshua around 30 kilos ahead of both of them on bench. Like they all came out the same on, they all came out the same on squat. So it's really just gonna be made bench attempts. I think that Joshua definitely is probably going to take some smaller jumps on bench. Um, a little bit of a sink and heave bencher. There's no problem with that, but we might see some longer press commands, and it looked like it was a bit of a struggle off of the chest. So see what they load there. Looks like I might have heard 180 behind me. So that would be a 7 kilo jump, about 15 pounds. We'll see. We'll see what happens there. But either way, so he currently has a 25 kilo lead on Luke, Justin, and then he has a 30 kilo lead on Tony. So those three are really going to have to, make lifts here and then go to work in the deadlifts if they're going to try to catch up. As Justin, we're starting second attempts back off with Justin at 112 kilos or 117 kilos, taking that 7 kilo jump from his first to his second. We got Parker for his second attempt, 120 kilos, 264 pounds. It's to start in the press command, pretty easy 120 for him. And we're going to repeat the weight for the next lifter. The next lifter is going to be Christopher. He'll be taking 120 as well. Christopher's gonna fail his second attempt on bench at 120 kilos. Looked like it was, don't know if it was just like a misgrooved bench off of the chest or what, but probably retake that. We'll just have to see what he ends up opting for, but I would assume he's gonna retake. We have Anthony coming up at 130 kilos, 286 pounds on his second attempt. Then we're gonna jump 17 kilos to 147 kilos for the next two lifters after Anthony comes through here. That's an easy second bench for Anthony there. Then we got Tony coming out 147, taking a 5 kilo jump from 142. Bench opener didn't move bad. But the more made lifts you have, the more you build the total, the higher the chance you have of, putting your foot up on others total wise as you get towards the end of the day. But Tony's getting set up to take this 147 and a half. And he's going to be followed up by Luke Wittenberger. So 147 for Tony. 147 for Tony on his second attempt. Feel like they might take a two, they might take a five. But either way, a good second attempt there. They took a 2.5 kilo jump to 150 for his third attempt. So, and we have Luke up on platform now, 147. Easy work at that. Um, and then we'll bump it to 155 for the other Luke. So Luke comes out for 341 pounds, 155 kilos. His opener pretty easily. We'll see how he can move his second here. Maybe put himself in a position to, keep rolling and maybe take the win during deadlifts today. A little bit of a tough second. Can probably add two and try it out, see if it's there. But I don't know. I'd say three white light lifts. Added another 7.5 to the subtotal. So Justin's gonna come up. And he's got 170 on the bar. He took a 7 kilo jump from 162 to 170. 162 was pretty easy. He's pretty technical bencher. He's got a quite large arch. And a good second attempt there for Justin. We have Joshua coming out. He is the leader in the 82s right now. Um, Leader in the 82s I mean, if he hits this, he'll add another seven. So it'll be like 25 kilos. Um, he'll go up 25 kilos and stay in the lead. His opener was a bit tough. Obviously, he's a kind of a sink and heave bencher. Grinded for a second. He's probably got another two in him, but he's extending that lead. He put up a pretty big bench on the day. 180 kilos is 396 pounds. They add 2.5 kilos, they'll get up to 402. Get a 400-pound bench. Looks like he's got two. I'm very curious to see I'm gonna look it up. He seems like the type of dude that like coaches like football or wrestling, and he's just like cracked at lifting, and he's just been jacked forever. So let's see if I can find Joshua here. I did. He is 33 years old. Um, no coach from Spencer, Indiana. He's a teacher. I knew it. Uh, 8 years of powerlifting. He's done. He so okay. So he's added 2.5 to his squat today. He's potentially gonna match a best bench, and then he has a best deadlift of 267. Looks like former college wrestler, former collegiate wrestler at Wabash College. I probably butchered that, but you can definitely like I can just see it that he is like a teacher and probably coaches because he also has like two high school kids helping him out. So that is very cool to see. Coaches football and wrestling, father of two children, and a Super Smash Bros. Enjoyer. But that's just some information about Joshua because I just had a feeling that he was just like this cracked like wrestling coach, and he is, and a teacher, and he just like I mean, it looks like he gives back to the community pretty well. It says he's getting like his high school lifters into powerlifting and took them to high school nationals. So it's good to see him give back to the community and then come out to Appleton from Indiana. And he's had a pretty good day thus far. So but enough about that. Parker is going to take his third bench attempt at 127 kilos. 127 kilos is going to be 281 pounds. And that's a grind there from Parker. We'll see what the judges have to say. I'm not sure if yeah, like I couldn't see any glute raise or anything from the side, but it looks like he got a 2-to-1 good lift. So we got Anthony coming up here, and he has 135 kilos on the bar. 135 is 297. That's going to be a good lift for Anthony there. And then we have Tony coming up. Got 150 on the bar, just trying to add 2.5 to the total and slowly start to chip away at the top end, try to make his way back into the game to get into deadlifts. Looks like his deadlift 262 opener. He looks like he probably a good deadlifter. And I think that would be the way that he makes his way back. Um, but it's really going to be a battle between him and Luke to see who can, if they both claw all the way back up to where Joshua is right now. Um, we'll just have to see who outpulls the other. But it should be a pretty interesting end as Tony fights for that one and hits the 150. We'll see what the judges have to say, but it should be a good lift for Tony there. So Luke is coached by Brad Couillard, an Ohio physical therapist. And Luke hit that third attempt there. Looks like Luke did do Raw Nationals last year. So he was in Memphis competing at, not sure if it was in the 75s or if it was in the 82s. But he did do Raw Nationals, so this is he's no stranger to like a big level meet like this, against good competition. And then we have other Luke, and he's got 157 on the bar. A little bit of a grind, but I think he should be good for it. Good for some whites here. 3 white lights for Luke, and he adds another 2.5 to his subtotal. Not sure. Oh yeah, Joshua has 182 loaded. So Joshua's best deadlift is 267. His opener's at 252. The other guys are gonna have to cover some ground to get over to him. It looks like they're relatively. Tony is dependent on. I mean, if Joshua hits his third bench, Tony would be 32 kilos under his subtotal. But Luke, who just hit 157 kilos, would be the closest. And Justin's making his way over as well, 170 kilo third attempt. We will see what the judges have to say. And they called a 2-1. Not sure what that is, but his coach is going to the jury and challenging that one. So yes, as of right now, Luke is the closest. Luke Monovan is the closest. He is 22 kilos behind right now. So I mean, 2.5 kilos on this is going to make a huge difference. It'll just be 2.5 more that they would have to load on the deadlift. That's not going to fall today, unfortunately. But we have one more flight of bench here. I'm gonna kind of check these totals out and see where we are for people need to be pulling for the win on this next when we start deadlifting. Let's see here, blue platform board. So based on subtotals, Joshua is the closest to Joshua right now is going to be Luke Monovan, 22.5 kilos away. But Justin, Tony, and Luke Wittenberger are both within striking distance, depending on what they pull, and obviously what Joshua pulls as well. But we could definitely see a little battle as we get to that point. But in the meantime, we have the 90 teens, the 90 teens competing in the third flight here, doing their opening benches. So the first two bench attempts of the flight have been good thus far, getting into 117.5 for Benjamin Summers for his opening attempt. All right, I'm back after a quick little break. Had to run to the restroom real quick, but we are on almost the end of second attempts, 127 kilos for Jake, Badger Powerlifting, University of Wisconsin, Madison, lifter. Let's go. Easy second. So probably good for another 7. His coach has been making some pretty good calls today, pretty consistent across the board. Setting him up for a good meet overall. Made lifts build the total. Even if you're not emptying the tank on the platform. So Keegan out for taking his second attempt at 145 kilos, 319 pounds. And Keegan's going to grind that out in the second attempt. A little tougher than he'd probably have liked, but comes with, never mind, not a successful attempt there. So he'll probably come back and take it again on his third attempt. As we have Abel coming out for a 172 on his second attempt, 172, 380 pounds. I think just seeing the amount of people wearing sunglasses during bench is reason to like quit putting the LEDs right above the bench. I can understand you want down lighting on the backdrop, but once you put LEDs right above the lifter's face, and you see all the lifters coming out with sunglasses on, probably chill with the LEDs, buddies. And Abel gets the start command with 172. Not sure what happened there. It looked like it was like a technical thing. I don't know if they're gonna retake it or if they're just gonna scratch for a third, but it looked like maybe he had something with like the commands. Not that he jumped them or anything, but maybe it was a little bit of a delayed press. Seems like he's telling his coach that he just felt like he was uneven on the bench and couldn't get a good setup. But I believe they're going to retake that 172. But Marco's out here for his the first third attempt of this third flight here with 112 kilos, 248 pounds. It's not looking like they're retaking the 172. But Marco's here to take in 112. And I'm not going to fall today. So we got Nolan coming up. Bars loaded for Nolan at 115 kilos, 253 pounds. 253 pounds for Nolan on his third attempt. A little bit of some up and down on the chest. And then there was some downward motion. The spotters and loaders found it, caught it, grabbed it from him. But from personal experience, spotting and loading at national events, like once you see that bar moving downward at all, I will grab it immediately because it's not going to count. Um, if it's a blatant downward motion. But some lifters don't like that. That's okay. But Benjamin coming up with 122 and a half kilos for his third attempt, 270 pounds. And that's not going to fall today. So the first four attempts of the flight have been no good. We have four more attempts to make it happen. Or I guess the first three attempts. This is coming out, 130 kilos. That's going to be a no lift for Nicholas, 286 pounds. So the first four lifts of the flight have been no good. We have three attempts left in this flight to get a good lift. I think Jake's probably good to make his lift just due to like the calls his coach is making. 7.5 kilo jumps over the from opener to second to third. Um, he's putting his athlete in a good spot to succeed and hit his lifts. So easy third. Easy third. Probably had more on on the day, but and that was the first made bench of this last flight, third attempts here. So we have 145 kilos for Keegan for his third attempt. Missed it on his second. I think it was on I think he had some glute raise off of the side. Um we'll see how he can move this as his third attempt. And that's gonna be a no lift as well. So we're gonna have one more attempt. 172 and a half for Abel. Um, Missed 172 on his second attempt. So trying to come back and hit it on his third. But thus far, we've only had one made successful attempt in this flight. Talking to me in the handoff. Abel getting the handoff now with 172, trying to get locked in positioning wise on the bench here. See what he can do here with 172. It's going to be an all lift. Only one good lift on the last bench counts for this flight. So we will be back in another 10 minutes for intermission before we get into deadlifts. We'll see some people trying to pull for placing uh, and see coaches go to work. So I'll be see you in 10 minutes. Alrighty, we are back for deadlift starting off here. Flight A, session one of this Sunday session. We have 165 on the bar, and Thomas just hit his opener with that 165. We're gonna do a repeat of 165 for Blake. So Blake's coming out for 165 kilos. And that's gonna be a good lift for Blake. So we got Christopher coming out here for 170 kilo opener, 374 pounds. I guess I'm not sure why bro is putting it on the front of the bar and jacking it up from the front. But to each their own, I guess. We got Braden coming up with his deadlift opener at 182 and a half kilos, 402 pounds. And that's going to be a good lift for Braden for his opener. Now we have Mason coming up with 200 on his opener. And that's going to be a good lift for him. I, Isaac's loading 210, and it's still showing like his squat from earlier that Isaac's got 210 loaded for his opener. Moving easy. Should be good for a 12 to 15 kilo increase to the next attempt.
Okay, like I work with I do a couple of my kids, high school kids, looked at me, and one of the moms sent me the video. Which is kind words.
Yeah, man.
But
No, it's good to
yeah,
see you introducing kids to it.
yeah, that's again the starter people asking now. They looked in here and they got outside this. And,
I saw you and I was like, I feel like he's like a coach and a teacher.
yeah, but yeah,
And
we had five of them down at high school nationals, and then there's two of them here for this one. So, but yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you.
yeah, man, you betcha. So we got Ivan doing the 220 open on deadlift, 485 pounds. Jerry with 220 kilos. Jerry is a Masters 4 lifter. Like he is in the 70 to 79 Masters age group, and he just pulled 485 pounds. That's his opener. Like His plan, I don't even know what his planned second attempt is going to be, but imagine being 70 years old and deadlifting 485 pounds. Antonio's up now with 227, 501. Makes it move. 3 white lights for him. Now we have Colin coming up. His opener is going to be 245 kilos, which is 540 pounds. Should be a good lift at 245 for Colin. A little bit of a grip and rip puller. It's going to be 2-1. Good lift. Would assume they'll probably load like a 255. But we're back up to the top of the order here for second attempts. We're going to have Thomas come out with 175 kilos, 385 pounds. And that should be a good lift for Thomas. Up next, we have Christopher coming up here. Should be a successful attempt there for him at 180 kilos, 396 pounds. And then up next, we got Blake, and he's going to be doing 185 kilos, 407 pounds. Try to find some information on this information sheet. A lot of people did not fill it out, so I unfortunately don't have information on every lifter. Um, so Blake's out with 185 kilos, 407 pounds for pretty easy second attempt there. Braden, my bad. Braden's up with 192 and a half kilos, 424 pounds. We're gonna make our way to Mason. Mason is gonna do. Where did he just go? No, Mason's gonna do 205 kilos, 52 pounds for his second attempt. Then we'll have Isaac coming up. Wait through these second attempts for this first flight. Get Isaac coming out here. So he's got 227 loaded on the bar, 501 pounds. It's always good to get over that 500-pound mark in the in a meet. Easy. Oh no, no, it's not gonna count. Not gonna count because it tossed him forward before he got the down command. We had a guy in the crowd going kind of crazy, but it didn't end up counting. I would imagine. I don't know. They could probably go up, but at the same time, if you want to secure 500 in a meet, like probably retake it. But they could afford to go up another 10 kilos or so, and just try to settle it down at lockout a little better. And Jerry pulled 513 pounds as a master's power lifter. Like I'm not sure if he filled out the athlete form. We'll see. I'll do some looking here. Does not look like we do have information on Jerry, unfortunately, but either way, like 232 kilos in the Masters 4 division is pretty impressive. Then Ivan's coming up, team 3 lifter, 235 kilos, 518 pounds. A little bit of a battle off the floor, but he grinded through it. Easy lockout. They should give him 3 white lights for that one. And then we're gonna have Antonio coming up, LTS Lemieux Training Systems athlete, at 237 and a half. 237 and a half is gonna be 523 pounds. And then we have one more lift in the flight, before we get into third attempts, and it's gonna be Colin. And Colin's gonna do 257 and a half kilos. So they went up 12. So it looks like it's gonna be a good lift there for Ivan or for Antonio. And now Colin's coming up, team 3 lifter 257. That's going to be a 567-pound deadlift. This will be the last second attempt. It's a big grip and ripper. We'll see what happens. It's going to be a good lift there for Colin. 2-1 good lift. That's the last lift of the second attempts. I'd imagine they'll probably go up another 10 or so kilos. 257. They might go up to 270 and get that 595. They might even load 272 just to get him a 600. I don't know. But Thomas is coming up to lead off the third attempts here on flight A. 182 and a half kilos, 402 pounds for his third attempt. And that's a good third attempt. He looks pretty excited. I feel like I saw somebody get like one. I don't remember who it was. But we were spotting and loading, and a lifter got excited and threw a punch, and I think he punched somebody in like the stomach. Uh, but yeah, uh, we will move on to Christopher with it 187, and he's gonna take 413 pounds. fight at lockout. A good fight at lockout. Looks like he locked it out. That should be a good lift for Christopher. 3 whites, 413 deadlift to finish his day off. I think Jerry, the Masters lifter, is the only so far he is the only person in this flight to be 8 for 8 right now. So if Jerry comes through and hits his third deadlift, he will be the only 9 for 9 lifter in the flight. Blake comes through and hits a 190, 418 pound deadlift. Then he makes his way back around, and I think he's been helping out Mason with attempt calls. So now we have Braden setting up for a 200 kilo deadlift, 440 pounds for his third attempt. That is actually a pretty clean deadlift. Just a nice hook grip pull. Um, the wedge was pretty clean, and he set himself up for a nice 200 kilo third attempt deadlift. And then we're gonna have Mason coming up here. He's gonna be taking 227 kilos. He went from 200 to 205 to 227 kilos. So we will see what happens here. That's crazy. I think they're not gonna call it, I don't think. Yeah, looks like you got 2 red lights. Either way, like 5 kilo jump followed by a 22 is insane, my guy. But I mean, it almost worked out for him. We had the strength for it. Just up next, we got Isaac coming out, 235 kilos, 518 pounds. I think his first and second were pretty easy. Nice third. I think he's gonna get called for it again. We'll see. Well, they gave it to him. It went up. He jumped another 7.5 kilos after failing his second on just like I think he just jumped the down command, or he was getting pulled forward a bit. But here comes Jerry. Jerry, 242.5 kilos. If Jerry hits this, he's the only 9 for 9 lifter in the flight. So, and like this is 535 pounds as a raw Masters 4 lifter. So Jerry, that's gonna be a good lift for Jerry. 9 for 9. So good work, Jerry. We got Antonio coming out for his last attempt at 247. Be 545. 545 pound deadlift. That's gonna be a good lift. That's gonna be a good lift for Antonio. And then he's gonna get into Ivan is going to do 250 kilos, 550 pounds for his third attempt. And then I have a feeling that Colin might be loading 272, but I can't see it right. That'd be Colin did in fact load 272 as a third attempt. So we have Ivan up now, taking 250, 550 pounds. Um, he's getting his sumo set up. Getting composed before he sets that wedge. It's not going to break the floor, unfortunately. So now we're going to move into the last attempt of the day for the first flight. It's going to be Colin. Colin's going to be doing 272 kilos to 601 pounds. Gripping and ripping. His second was took a lot to get off of the floor, but we'll see if he has this third here, getting over 600 pounds. First 600-pound pull of the day. And lost his balance at the top, so 600 was unfortunately not there today. Put up a good fight with it, got it fast off of the floor. Hips are a little tucked as he was locking it out. Fortunately, couldn't lock it out, but made sure the spotter was behind him, making him safe, making sure he was safe, and didn't fall back into me right behind this banner here. We got Anthony starting off deadlifts. Got the flex tee, and he's got 210 loaded. 210 kilos for Anthony, 463 pounds for his opening attempt deadlift. So now we got Justin coming up. This is going to be a fun flight, and we are going to have to see the calls made and who can pull ahead, who can pull into contention with Joshua. Joshua currently has a pretty big lead, pretty sizable lead of what's he got? 22 and a half kilos. The next closest he has is Luke Montevan. Justin gets ready to pull 210. But 22 and a half kilo lead for Joshua right now in this flight for the 82 and a half men's raw open uh champion, essentially. Um, so somebody would have to out deadlift Joshua by 22 kilos, or Tony would have to out deadlift him. I don't know. I'm just gonna we'll wait and see. But it's gonna be a little bit of a battle. We'll just have to see what they call for numbers. Justin hit his 210. We got Parker up right now, hitting at 212. So the lifters are locked in, ready to battle for placing, to battle for an outright title. regional title. And then we got Luke coming up, and he's 235 kilos. Integrated strength, Brad Couliard lifter. He's teammates with my coach. So Luke ready to take this 235 kilo, 518-pound opener, making it move like butter. And then we're gonna move on. Same weight. Just Chris is gonna take this 235. Good. Christopher at 235 kilos, 518 pounds. And then we're going to bump it up another 10 kilos to 245 kilos, 540 pounds for Justin. He's also battling for a potential open um, placing. It looks like I think they contested his third bench and it got overturned. So he got a 7.5 added to his total, which does help him. We got a mixed grip sumo polar 245 snappy lockout. Um, so yeah, now it's when it's starting to get serious. And I'll keep track of totals on my phone. But we have Joshua coming out, and Joshua is currently in the lead for the 82s. That's going to be a good lift for Joshua. 3 white lights for him. So he is at a 685. And then we are going to. Oh, okay. Justin cannot. Justin technically cannot win the 82 Raw Open because he only registered as a junior. Um, so we have Luke coming up next here with a 260 kilo opener, 573 pounds. This will put him in second place. Pretty good deadlift for Luke there. That'll put him in second. And we'll kind of give a rundown. So he is 15 kilos away from Joshua right now. Joshua made a 12-kilo jump to 265. Luke's probably going to have to pull around 300 if he wants to pull it off. I bet he's probably going to jump another 15 He'll jump 15 to like 275, 606. But we have Tony up right now at 262 and a half, 262 and a half, which is going to be 578 pounds. As that's butter, my guy. Good grief. I don't think there's any way that they don't take a dumb jump. So Luke has a planned 20-kilo jump. They do need to take those jumps if he wants to get first place. I think 280 is a good move. Like they can easily get there. That's just definitely a big jump. I imagine Tony will probably take about the same, a 280 to 282, making like that same. They're only taking a 12 and a half. So Tony could potentially pull into second place dependent on like if there's any misses or not at the top of the board. But we just had Anthony uh or we just had yeah, we just had Anthony take 225 for his second attempt. So we had 225 for Anthony. Now we have 225 for Justin. And then we'll have 225 for Parker.
Yeah.
But um Luke, okay, so Joshua is currently in the 82.5 lead by 15 kilos. And that's going to be a good attempt for Justin, I would assume, at 225 kilos. But Joshua is currently ahead by 15. So Luke has to outpull Joshua by 17 kilos if he wants to win outright. Because if they were to tie, it looked like Joshua weighed in a little bit less than Luke. So he would automatically win just based on being a lower body weight. Parker has a nice pull with 225 kilos, 496 pounds. And then we'll get into Christopher. He's got 245 kilos loaded, 245 kilos, 540 pounds. Christopher, they're going to say it is a good lift of 3 white lights. So after these two lifters, we got Luke at 250 and we got Justin at 260. I think Justin has the juniors bagged. Um, yeah, I believe he has a pretty easy junior W, but could be wrong here as well. Luke is currently in the fourth place in the 82s. He's pulling 250 here, so put him at 650 kilos on his total. Easy second attempt there. I'm curious if he's signed up for maybe he is signed up for Raw Nationals and is just doing like a tune-up meet because everything he's done so far today has looked incredibly easy. Because he is 8 for 8 so far. But we have Justin's coming out now. And he's got 260 loaded, 573 pounds. Looks like a smooth second attempt deadlift there. Smooth second attempt deadlift at 260, probably go up another 10 kilos or so. Uh, see if it can lock it out. but I think they may have just secured a number one. I don't know. But we got Joshua coming up now, and he needs if he hits this, it's basically gonna put it out of reach. So big attempt here for Joshua. So I believe his all-time best deadlift is 2.5 over this. So Joshua does not get that second deadlift, just kind of lock out at the knees, lost his balance. He stays in first place if so Tony will hit this 12.5. He'll hit this 275. This 275 will put him at a 677. And his opener was easy. I mean, a 12 kilo jump off of the opener was kind of a surprise. I think he can pull 300 right now. Like that's just it's so smooth and it's so easy. I think he could definitely come through and contend for first place if he really wanted to. But if Luke hits this attempt, he's gonna pull into first place. So he's down 15. He's down 15 right now. If he hits this deadlift, he will pull into first place by 5 kilos. So Joshua will have to come through, hit 265 on his next attempt. Yeah, they took a bigger jump. Tony took a bigger jump to 292 for his third attempt. 17 kilo jump. That's smooth. Smooth deadlift there for Tony. Tony pulls into first place, or not Tony. Luke pulls into first place by 5 kilos. So right now in top three, it's going to be Luke Montevin at 690, Joshua Sparks at 685, Tony Lee at 677.5. So Luke Luke has another 20 kilo jump planned. It's risky business. Like if he misses that, Tony could potentially win. Like if Tony could pull for the win. Um, yeah. So like I said before, I mean, even just seeing how squats unraveled, it's gonna come down to these last few deadlifts. If Joshua hits his, um, it's gonna look. He'll add another 12, so he'll be in first place again as Anthony hits his third deadlift at 235 kilos, 518 pounds. If Joshua comes through and hits his third deadlift, he's gonna pull into first place. So it's gonna get sweaty here. I will say, we do have some experienced handlers and coaches in the back here that are going to be setting these lifters up for success as they, battle it out in the last few lifts of this flight. But as Parker is going to take 237.5 kilos, he was going for a 9 for 9 day. 237 was unfortunately not there today. So now we have Justin coming up with 240 kilos, 529 pounds. Then after him, we'll have Christopher at 247 kilos, which is 545 pounds. But Justin's up here with 240, 529 pounds to start her off. That's not going to fall today for Justin. 240 kind of got caught at the knee. So now we got Christopher. Yep, Christopher. Christopher coming up 247 kilos, 545 pounds. Then we got Justin, then we got Luke, and then we got the other three that are battling for top three. We could even see Luke Wittenberger get into the top three if there was a miss by Tony, as he is lighter than Tony, and they would both have the same total, as there's going to be a miss by Christopher with 247 kilos. I'm gonna assume that Luke. I'm gonna assume that Luke is probably gonna make pretty easy work of the 267 deadlift, just based on how his first and second moved, and he's just had an easy day thus far. And Justin's getting intense back here. He wants it. He wants the how much is this? 265. So only adding 5 kilos. It's gonna be 584, but this would be six plates. This would be six plates if we were using pound plates, but 584 pounds for Justin on his third attempt. Oh, and he's gonna lock. No, damn. I thought that landed on his foot, but he's good. He's walking off. He almost locked it, started losing grip, but a good fight with it. We got Luke coming up now. Luke hits this, he puts himself into third. He puts himself theoretically into third place. So we'll go 267. We'll go 267. Add 17 to his total. He'll be in third place. He'll be in third place with a successful deadlift here. And then we'll have in order, we will have, oh, it looks like Joshua went up 7.5 kilos trying to pull 601, probably just 7 kilos. And Luke struggles with it a little bit, but it looks like he did get 2-1. He pulls into third place on body weights. Oh, I'm stupid. I'm stupid as I can't even do math. He only has a 667, so he's still in fourth place. So the top three is solidified. It's going to be Luke, Joshua, and Tony top three. Joshua's coming out 272, 272 kilos, 601. He missed his second. I don't know if it was, it looked like he just got caught. His knees locked out a little bit too early and he couldn't recover from it. We'll see what happens here. He comes back. He comes back. Goes up 7 kilos after missing his second. He pulls into first place. So he is currently 15 kilos in the lead. Tony is going to come out. They dropped his attempt from 292. Sean, there's going to be an attempt change in progress. They're going to drop it to 290, I believe. It's not showing up yet. Or no, it looks like they are keeping the 292. So he's pulling the 292. And then Luke dropped his third attempt from 300 to 297. All he needs is a 17 kilos on top of his 280 in order to beat Joshua by 2.5 kilos. So Tony has solidified third place. That's not true. We could see him pull into second depending on a miss, but Joshua's in first. Tony makes easy work at 292. Like he had 300 in him today, I think. Like he's waiting for it. He's hyped. It's going to be a white light successful lift for him. Tony Lee pulls into second place. So if Luke misses 297, it will be Joshua, Tony, Luke. If Luke hits this third attempt, he will pull into first place by 2.5 kilos and win the men's open 82s. So they changed his third attempt. He originally had a 260, 280, 300. They dropped it from 300 to 297 because all he needed was 17 instead of a 20 to pull for the win. So if Luke is successful here, he will win the 82s. And if he misses, he will get third. So this is a very, very important deadlift. Breaks the floor, starts it. Oh, not there today. Based on how his first and second moved, I didn't think there would be any issue with that one, but was not there today. Joshua, I mean, if Joshua didn't hit that third deadlift, could have saw a big difference in placing there. But he came back around, hit the 600 deadlift, pulled up to 705, and won the 82s. So now we are going to move into this third flight and finish off our 90 teens and juniors, I believe. Or I believe it's just teens. So we are dropping it all the way down from 297 kilos, which is 655 pounds, all the way down to 185 kilos, 407 pounds. And that's a pretty butter opener for Nolan Walker. Oh my God. That was probably the most fun I've ever had announcing a live stream. But Marco coming up for his opener at 190 kilos, 418 pounds. I'm hoping that there's another scenario like that one later today. I guess I'm not entirely sure who's competing later today, but easy opener for Marco at 190. Not sure if there's gonna be any battles for placing, but I think it was a 705. Joshua had a 705, and then the next guy had I forgot his name already. I forgot his name, but 695. And then I think the next guy had like a 690 or a 680 something. Because I put my lifting cast away. But either way, it was close. It was close. But it really just comes down to like if you make all your lifts, I think his name's William. Let me check it out here. Tony Lee went 9 for 9. Uh, and talking to his handler, their goal was just placing. But I mean, just by hitting his lifts, he put himself in a position to potentially, win if other people were missing. And that's just by hitting his attempts. He had more on the day. He had more on his deadlift for sure, but he still pulled off a second place finish just by going 9 for 9 and leaving some kilos on the platform or leaving some kilos off the bar. So we had Benjamin with 227.5 kilos. Now we have Jake with 230 kilos. He's got 507 pounds on the bar for his opening attempt. We only have a 7-person flight on this flight. Shouldn't be a whole lot of movement. Um, Looks like we're pretty spaced out. The last two, that'll be Jake's first miss of the day, I would assume. Jake's first miss of the day, just because, yeah, just missed on some commands. So that's his first miss today. Either way, I would assume they'll go up anyways, just because it was a technicality miss. It's not like he's not strong enough to go up and hit their planned second attempt. But like I said yesterday, now he can't post the 9 for 9 on the IG. But we got Keegan coming up, and his opening attempt is going to be 242 and a half. 242 and a half is 535 pounds. That's a good lift for Keegan. And then we're gonna just slip another two on the bar, and we'll have 245 kilos. So 245 kilos, 540 pounds for not for Keegan, for Nicholas. Uh-oh, I think the lifting cast got all messed up. All right, never mind, I got it fixed. But Nicholas gets back to 100 or 245 kilos for his opening attempt. Alrighty. That's gonna be a good lift for Nicholas on his opening deadlift at 245, and then we'll get back up to the top with Nolan, making a 12 kilo jump to 197 kilos, which is 435 pounds. It's probably gonna be a good attempt for Nolan. Next up, we got Marco. Marco's got 197 loaded as well, 435 pounds. Up next, we got Abel coming up, 217 and a half kilos. It's gonna be 479 pounds. Like a pretty smooth second for Abel there. Now we got at 235 kilos, 518 pounds on the bar for Benjamin. Benjamin Summers' second attempt. Bit of a grinder, but he locks it. Said, let me lean. Leans back with the lockout, three white lights. Good lift for Ben. Not sure what they'll call for his third, but they'll probably come back out there. We got Jake. Jake taking 235 as well, 518 pounds with his second attempt. They only went up 5 kilos from his opener. Moved easy, just I think he just missed it on a command. So comes back, loads a little five more, and gets himself on the board. Now we got Keegan coming out, 257 and a half kilos. It's going to be 568 pounds, 567 pounds. And then Nicholas is up next with a planned 27-kilo jump, going from 245 to 272. If he go, I hope he goes 245, 272, 300. I think he's probably just trying 600. Like, if I don't get it the first time, I'll just try it again. But we'll see. He could just blow it up. I don't know. He does look like he has the goated leverages. He can go up. Actually, pretty good sumo pull. I think he's proud. Like, he's not gonna jump another 27, but like it would be sick if he did. Uh, he won't, but if he could go up another seven to 7 to 10, 7 to 12, and just see if it's there. Does look like they went up. I'm not sure what to. Can't see the lifting cast currently. Oh, they only went up 5 to 277. So Marco's gonna come out for his third deadlift at 205 kilos, 452 pounds. And Marco with a good attempt at 205 kilos. And Nolan takes 210 for his third, 463 pounds. And that should be a good lift for Nolan. Got Abel coming up for his third attempt. Looks like he took a 7 kilo jump, 225, 495, 496 attempt here. Let's stick at lockout. Probably had another two in him, put it on 500, but you see what the judges have to say. 2-1. Now we got so Abel hit his or his third attempt at 225. Now we got Benjamin coming up for 240, taking a 5 kilo jump from 235. 235 was a little tough, but he locked it out. He locks us out. We're gonna see the lean. Yeah, not breaking. Jake with a 250 kilo third attempt. It's gonna be 550 pounds. 235 moves pretty smooth for him. 8 for 9 day. I mean, yeah, 3 white lights. So 8 for 9 day for Jake. And we got Keegan. We got Keegan coming up. He's got 262 planned for his third. 262. Gonna be 578 pounds. And then we have one more lift. That's gonna be Nicholas. And then we will be done until 2 o'clock when we come back around for session 2 of Sunday. Well, we got 262 and 277. Nice lockdown. Nice third attempt, the 262. Got a little slow at lockout, but all he had to do was keep pulling. And he made it. Gotta wait for the bar to get loaded here for Nicholas. I feel like he's gonna jump on the platform if he makes this. Uh but 277 is 611. He does have the goated freaking deadlift leverages, I will say that. But let's see if the 611 falls. He made 601 move pretty easily. Not gonna happen past the knee. It's all right. Anyways, that concludes session 1. We will be back for session 2 at about 2 o'clock. So if you tuned in, this is Clay Koolmeyer. You can follow my Instagram at Clay_Koolmeyer. Or if you want to join us for session 2 at 2 o'clock, feel free. It's always nice seeing the viewers in the YouTube section and some comments that I can not talk to myself for a few hours. But we will see you in a few hours for session 2. Alrighty, we are back for session 2 this afternoon. I'm gonna kick it off squatting here. We're gonna have 3 flights, should be pretty packed. I think we have like 15 people per flight, so it's gonna be a long section, second session here. I'm gonna start out with a Braden. His first squat's gonna be 160 kilos, 352 pounds. I heard you. It's like bar is loaded for Braden on the blue platform this afternoon. He's starting us off here, 160 kilo, 100 kilogram weight class. And it's going to be no lift for Braden. It's got 2 red lights. Now we got Will Anderson coming out. Oh, I'm loud, being loud. We got Will Anderson coming out for his opening squat attempt. It's going to be 175 kilos, 385 pounds. You got the cross on his chest. Got the cross on his chest. And that is going to be a no lift for Mr. Will. So first 2 attempts of the second session, it's going to be no lifts. So Jeremy's coming up on the blue platform with we're going to repeat the 175 for him. Takes easy work with 175 there. He said Jeremy is a master's lifter. And it looks like we have Lincoln coming up here on the blue platform. His coach actually competed earlier today. So he helped his coach out in the morning session, and his coach is helping him out in the afternoon session. I believe Lincoln, they're from Indiana, and he is opening with 180 kilos here. And 180, see what they have to say. Looks like it may have been a little high. We'll see with the 3 red lights. It's going to be a little high. So just a little bit deeper there, and we should be able to put some weight on the bar, but overall moved good, a little bit high. So up next we got Maxwell coming up, 195 kilos. So man, 195 for him. It's gonna be 429 pounds. And that should be our first good lift of this session. 3 wide lights, good lift at 429 pounds, 195 kilos for Maxwell. We got Nicholas coming out, 195 kilos, 429 pounds, repeating the same weights. Yesterday, Nicholas was in the back room helping and handling pretty much all day. He goes 3 white lights there for his opening attempt at 195 kilos, 429 pounds. We're gonna move our way over to Jonah. Jonah makes pretty easy work of 200 kilos. It's gonna be 2 to 1, 2 white lights. And then we're gonna load up 235 kilos, 518 pounds for John Paul Johnson. So 235 for John Paul here. And we'll repeat the 235 for the next attempt. So we got 235, 235. So John Paul's got 235 kilos on the bar right now, 518 pounds. Look like it moves pretty good for him. We'll see what the judges have to say depth wise. Looks like a 3 white light good lift for him. So up next we have Ari coming up. It's Iowa State weight club guy. He'll come out rocking the Iowa State headband. He'll be rocking the Iowa State headband. I myself, Iowa State alum, so good to see Ari out here at regionals and see some Iowa lifters. But Ari opening up at 235 kilos, 518 pounds this afternoon. See what the judges have to say. Looks like a good lift for Ari and his opener at 235 kilos. Next up, we're going to have Mario Salinas, Flex Training Systems athlete, opening up at 240 kilos, 529 pounds. And looks like he is a teen lifter, teen 3, 18 to 19. But Mario out here, he did a lot of handling yesterday as well, especially on the red platform. I commentated on the red platform most of the day, and Mario was doing handling basically all day long. And looking like a pretty smooth opener for Mario. 3 white light for him there. Probably good to take another 12 to 15 on a squat. We'll see what they end up deciding. But now we have Beck Jensen coming up, Minnesota lifter. Tip sometimes go to Kilo Strength and Performance, coached by Sean Alexander, owner of Kilo Strength and Performance. But looks like he does not have his sleeves up. They said, get your sleeves up, boy. So he rolls them up. 240 should be no issue for him. Think he hit 265 in the gym on a few occasions. So Nice solid walkout for him. Gets the command. Deep squat, easy opener. And Beck is a teen too, a 16 to 17. So he's still a high school kid. So it's pretty impressive seeing him open up at a 500, mid 500 pound squat. But they're gonna have Wyatt come out, and Wyatt's gonna open up just north of 600 pounds for his first attempt. Wyatt, I've seen him lift. I went to the Surge meet in Illinois in last November, and he does have this French low bar setup where it's very low on his back. And we're gonna have to see what the judges say. And that's 2-1 good lift. So 601 on the board. Um, but now we have 170 kilos. Braden failed the opener. I think it was just on depth. So he's going up 10 kilos to 170, 374 pounds, and see if he can make a small adjustment and come back out and get this second attempt on the board. So we got Braden out here for his second attempt at 170 kilos. It's like a pretty decent second attempt there. We'll see what the judges say. 3 white lights for him, so he's on the board. Now the second squat of this second flight is going to be 175 kilos for Will. Will missed his opener on depth, so they were going to retake, sink it a little bit, get a number on the board, and load something on the third. Just want to make sure that you're staying in the meet. A little bit tougher than his opener. We'll see what the judges have to say depth wise, but 3 white lights, so he's on the board with 175. Next, we got Lincoln coming up. Lincoln coming out here, Spark Strength Club. So he's coming out looking to bury his second attempt at 180, trying to get a number on the board. I think the biggest thing so far is there has been it's been a little tougher on depth, a little bit tougher on depth for these guys than they were in the morning sessions. So got to be sinking these squats, and that was definitely there. We'll have to see what the judges say for it, but I would assume it'll be 3 white lights, or it should be a good lift nonetheless. Maybe not 3 white lights, but it was 3 white lights. So now we have Jeremy coming out for his second attempt. He's got 192.5 on the bar, 424 pounds. Masters lifter hit his first attempt at 175, so taking a pretty big 17.5 kilo jump for his second. And we'll just have to see what he can do with this 424. sunk it and moved it pretty nicely out of the hole. So should be good for another fairly big jump on his third attempt. But gonna bump it up to 205. Nicholas gonna take 452 pounds. So Nicholas comes out after a full day of handling yesterday. I can't tell if this is the all black navy or if this is the navy blue. If it's the navy blue, I'm glazing. But a good squat there for Nicholas. Yeah, that's for sure the navy blue. So nice singlet, sir. And we got Jonah coming out for his second attempt, 215 kilos, 474 pounds, 474 pounds. And he moved it pretty easily there. See what the judges have to say. It's three white lights. Probably load something above 500 pounds, so probably 227. I got Maxwell coming out here, 220 kilos, 485 pounds. Got probably five more lifters after Maxwell until we finish this second attempt of flight A out. But Maxwell coming out here with the 220 kilo second attempt, 485 pounds. And that's a grind for a second attempt. I'm gonna assume they're not gonna come out for a third, but I've been wrong before. Um, don't know how much is left in there, but a 220 kilo squat nonetheless for Nick for Maxwell. And now we're going to have 247 and a half kilos for John Paul coming up here. 247 and a half is going to be a 545-pound squat. So we got John Paul up coming out with 247 for his second attempt. And that's a rocket strength. Rocket strength. Not even comp tee, just a regular tee. I believe that's a Nebraska-based coaching or Nebraska-based coach. And then we got Ari coming up for his second attempt, 250 kilos, 15 kilo jump from 235, getting a 550 on the board. If he can make this a successful lift, I believe his best squat in a meet is 240, but I'm probably wrong. So he gets ready to take 250 as a second attempt. Catches a little bit of a sticking point, but battles through it. And we'll have to see what the judges three white lights. So 250 on the board for Ari. If they're gonna do anything, it's gonna be a five. At that point, I feel like it's probably not worth taking a two, and potentially taking a lot of energy out of deadlifts down the line today. we got a Mario coming out here. Mario Salinas, Flex Strength Systems athlete, coming out with 255 kilos. He's taking a 15-kilo jump from 240 to 255. 240 to 255, 562 pounds. Hoping it moved pretty solid, so I would imagine this second one, should be a breeze as well. I don't know what they're gonna call here. They might give some downward motion on the bar, but it could be a good lift as well. It really two to one. They could challenge it. They could challenge it. Um, I would imagine he'll probably just retake it. It looks like he just hit just kind of like a sticking point that he had a hard time recovering from. Like he almost just caught a hitch in his squat. But the way that he moved 235, I'm actually pretty surprised that that 255 moved that way. But Beck taking a 17-kilo jump from 240 to 257. We'll see what he can do with this 257-pound squat. It's going to be 567 pounds. Moving it pretty easy for a teen too. Can imagine we'll probably see Beck competing at some like teen nationals, high school nationals, uh, in the next few years. Either way, he had one more attempt in his second flight for Wyatt Hubbard. Wyatt's got a state record attempts loaded on his second attempt at 285 kilos. 285 is going to be 628 pounds. So he's got that French low bar set up. Just got to be careful about it sliding off your back, but at the same time, judges, actually looks like a pretty solid squat. We'll see what the judges say about depth, but three white lights, he's in a good spot. He'll probably load another 7, add on to that state record squat. But we have third attempts coming up here. Braden, Braden taking his 7.5-kilo jump. That's going to be three white lights for Braden on his third attempt, 177. So came back after missing his opener. Came back after missing his opener, hit 170 after a retake, and then 10 up 7 kilos and hit that 170. So now we got Will coming up for his third attempt, jumping 2.5 kilos from 175 to 177. Second was a little tough, so only made that 2.5-kilo jump. And he's gonna grind it, and that should be a good lift for Will. Um, three white lights. Again, he missed his opener on depth, came back, retook it on his second, hit it, and then opted for a small jump to get to 177 on his third, and came through and hit it. So finishes 2 for 3 on squats. Now we got Lincoln coming out here, teen lifter, Indiana lifter. He walks out 185 kilos, 407 pounds, and I think he's going to grind that out. We'll see what the refs have to say, but looks like a good lift. So Lincoln finishes off with 407-pound squat, and then we're going to take a 20 kilo jump up to 205. Jeremy took a pretty big 17 kilo jump from 1 to 2, and then he's taking another 12 from 192 to 205. So the Masters lifters competing today have set the standard pretty high. Good attempt selection, lifting to a good standard. This Jeremy's taking 205 here. Sinks it a little bit too much, and looks like he lost his balance out of the hole. Good catch by the spotters and loaders, and it's going to be a no lift for Jeremy. Now we got Nicholas coming out. He's rocking the navy blue Stowy singlet. And he's taking looks like 5 kilo jump from his second to third attempt, 205 to 210. 210, 463 pounds. Gets the command, and that's not going to happen today. Dino kind of glazing on the live stream as he should. Can't run a meet like this without efficient spotters and loaders. So Gino Gino giving a shout out to all the spotters and loaders for keeping the lifters safe and making sure that we have the correct weights loaded up. Jonah comes out pretty excited to hit this 225. Should be a good lift. 3 light. Got Maxwell coming out for his third attempt at 227 kilos, 501 pounds. Deep squat, not gonna happen today. A lot of these guys, yeah, it is good to have that expectation that you need to squat deep coming into a meet like this. But I feel like a lot of these guys are just losing some tension in the hole. Once they hit the hole, it's just once they bottom out, it's over. So it's definitely a good thing to practice depth like this in an off season. Zari comes out ready to Ari gets ready to come out to 255 or yeah, 255 kilos. Maxwell's gonna have a three reds lift, failed lift, and Ari's gonna come out for 200. Ari's gonna come out for 255, 562 pounds. Ari gets under 255. Not sure how much time he has, but I think he's should be just fine. But 255 for Ari here. Let's see if he can. Looks like it's not going to be there today. Looks like it took the spotters. The two girls on the end definitely had to, help out there. So that's why you have them. Once you get above 500 pounds, you have the two additional side spotters just to make sure that you are getting it in the rack. So good catch by the spotters and loaders there. And Mario's taking a 2.5 kilo jump from 255. He hit 255. I think he hit a little sticking point. It made it a lot harder than it was supposed to be. Then he got called. I think he got called for downward motion as he hit a sticking point. He kind of had some up and down. So Mario's going to take 257 here. And that was way, way easier than 255 was. He probably he had like, ah, he probably has, he probably had 265 in him today. I think it was literally just, making sure that you're hitting the hole with a nice little tempo and controlling your quads and your midfoot. And the second, I think he just kind of just dive bombed it and hit the hole with not a whole lot of control on his quads and midfoot, making it pretty hard to maintain that balance out of the hole. So we got John Paul coming out with his third attempt at 262 kilos. It looks like this is a state record. State record attempt for John Paul Johnson. 262 kilos, 578 pounds. That's going to be a no lift. Good catch. It almost, definitely almost got dumped, but it was not. So good catch by the spotters and loaders there, making sure that John Paul came out of that healthy. So we have two more attempts. Beck went 240, 257. Now he's got 267. I think that's a 2.5 kilo all-time best. So I believe his gym best is 265. So we're chipping that, trying to get the 267. Third attempt on the board after the 257 was a breeze. But pretty big squat as he almost rounds out this first flight of squats. So we have one more at 295 kilos after this. But Beck unracks the 267. It's 589 pounds. And yeah, he is a gifted squatter for a teen too, man. 267 is good lift. As Wyatt Hubbard is going to take his final attempt, another state record attempt in the state of Illinois. It's going to be 295 kilos. That's 650 pounds. 650 pounds for a 100 kilo lifter. I believe he's a 100 kilo lifter. Yes, he is. Barely. Looks like he is 92.5 kilos. So he's only 2.5 kilos over being a 90. But he's a 100 and going for a 295 Illinois state record squat here. He's going to finish that off. Let's see what they have to say. It's going to be 2-1. Good lift. So Wyatt Hubbard comes away with a Illinois state record. His second of the day. So he broke his own record. 650 pounds. And that's the last flight, or that's the last squat of flight A. So we're going to transfer into light B, and Andrew is going to start us off at 162.5 kilos. So we have 162 loaded up for Andrew here. That's his opener. So 3 white lights for Andrew on his opener at 162.5 kilos. Now we got Jack Geister coming up, who goes to Kilo Strength Performance, coached by Mr. Pat Horvath. Um, Mr. Jack competed at USA Powerlifting, the Liftmas Open in December, which was in Appleton. And this is his first regional meet. So he's got 175 kilos on the bar. Deep squat, moving easy. So 175 should be here for sure for Mr. Jack. 3 white lights for him. And now we have Patrick out on the platform, 195 kilos, 429 pounds. Very easy opening attempt for Patrick there. Now we have Nick coming out at 200 kilos, 440 pounds for his opening. So Nick comes up with this 200 kilo, 440 pound opener pretty easily. And then Braxton's up next at 205 kilos, 452 pounds. So 452 pounds for Braxton's opening attempt on squat. Easy opener there for Braxton at 205. That's 3 white lights. And up next, we're gonna have looks like we're gonna have Mr. Cam come out 205. Another Thicky Training Systems athlete. He goes to Kilo Strength and Performance. The long femur squatter. But Cam comes out to 205. Has a nice walkout and a nice opener for Cam. Depth is no issue there. Should be a good 3 white light lift. 3 whites. And now we got Jalen. Jalen's coming out with 210 kilos. 210. To say Purdue Powerlifting in Indiana. So all the way in Appleton, Wisconsin from Indiana, as he gets ready to squat 210, 463 pounds. Then up next we got Blaze. Blaze coming out 235, 518 pounds. 235, 518. So he gets a squat command. And that's a good attempt. Three white lights for his opener at 235 kilos, 518 pounds. So it looks like we're going to bump it up another 5 kilos at 240 kilos, 529 pounds. And this looks like a Circle City strength guy, coached by Joey. And that looks like a pretty easy squat for Andrew. Now we're going to kick it over to Keaton. And Keaton has a 242.5 opener planned. 242. It's going to be 534 pounds. He's got the Nori powerlifting tee on, the Ray of Strength, the Aiden Raider coach. But he's out here with 242 kilos, 534 pounds on the bar for his opener. Looks like an easy squat for him. They probably have room for a 12 to 15 there. Then we're going to jump up to 255 for 562-pound opening attempt. That's for Thomas Anderson. Looks like he's a junior 100 kilo lifter. So Thomas is out on move platform with 255 kilos. And then we're going to jump up to 277 for an opener for Michael Davis. So Thomas with 255. Not sure what they'll say here. Might be a little more leaning on depth. Looks like three white lights for him. So we got Michael coming up next. It's 277 and a half kilos. It's going to be 611 pounds, which is a pretty big opener. I believe he's a 100. So we got Michael coming out for his opening attempt here. Michael has, I think I've seen him squat 300 before. It's really just a matter of depth. I've seen him at the Iowa State meet blow squats up around this. I think he tried to sink that a little bit more than usual there, but they should give him wide depth, 2 to 1. So he's got one on the board there. But I have seen Michael move 290 plus pretty quickly. It's really just a matter of if depth is there or not. Uh, but 277 moved pretty well, and he got depth on the board. So good opener as he ended out the first attempts at flight B. So we have Andrew coming out 170 kilos for his opening attempt. So 170, 374 pounds, Lemieux Training Systems. Andrew coming out for his second squat. We got Andrew coming out, walking out his 170. Looking like a pretty easy second attempt squat there for Andrew. Took a 7 kilo jump from 162 to 177. Believe Jack is probably taking a 10 kilo jump from 175. Or he's taking a pretty big jump. 175 to 192, he's taking a 17. 175 was pretty easy. He sunk it pretty deep, and I mean it moved like it was nothing. So if he could get to 210, I think he squatted around 210 at Liftmas. And I think there's been like I haven't seen him in the gym in a while. I think it was kind of like on a last swim to decide to compete today. So it'd be kind of crazy to see him come through and hit 210. And it might be there. I don't know if he's gonna end up loading it, but either way, it should be a good squat for Mr. Jack on his second attempt at 192 kilos. Bump it up another 12 and a half to 205 kilos, 452 pounds for Patrick. But Patrick's coming out for 205 kilos. Nothing too crazy for a second attempt for Patrick. So next attempt is going to be Nick Wicker. He's going to be taking 5 kilo jump from the 205 that we just hit to 210 kilos, 463 pounds for his second attempt. So Nick's taking 210 kilos for his second attempt here on the blue platform. Looking like Sam Sulek, but 210, 463 should be a good attempt. Coach is happy. Not sure what they'll do for a third attempt, but made it fall for the second one. We're going to have Braxton come up with 217 kilos. Made a 12 kilo jump from 205. 17 is going to be 79. That's going to be 3 white lights for Braxton's 217 kilo lift. And now we have Cam Cam's coming out 217 for his second attempt, same weight, making that 12-kilo jump from 205. Cam's got a wide squat. Really has to fight his leverages 'cause he's got a long pair of femurs on him. He braces with 217. Sinks it drives through the quads. Looks like a good squat to me. We'll see what the judges have to say. 3 white lights for him. Probably, I mean, they might load the 227. Not sure if Cam's ever hit 500, but I think I've seen him come close. I think I've seen him come close, like 4 reds, 220. So we'll see what they load. It might be a 227. It looks like he's probably good for it on the day. Um, but typically coaches are going to have like a meet sheet where they have a plan and not just kind of take whatever they think. Like they have these meets planned out because the good coach is going to understand like how their lifter is going to adapt or react to certain things in their taper in their peak. So by the time they come to meet day, they should know. They should know. They should know what numbers they need to be putting on the barbell for them. Cam did end up doing a 227 squat, so he made a 10-kilo jump from 217. So Jalen hit his second attempt at 220 or 225, and then Blaze is coming out 247 and a half kilos, 544 544, 545 pounds. Looks like this is a flex athlete. Nice efficient squat, really just staying in those quads the entire way out of the hole. So 255 kilos is going to be loaded on the bar for Andrew. So Andrew's taking 255, Circle City strength athlete. And that's probably going to be a good lift for Andrew on his second attempt at 255. I think that was 255. So Keaton's going to take 257 and a half. Going to be 578 or 568 pounds for his second attempt. So Keaton's coming out for his second attempt at 257. Maury athlete. I think the first attempt was pretty easy. So they made a 15-kilo jump from 242 to 257. Easy second, probably take another 15. And he's going to get to the 272, which will put him at a 600-pound squat. He's probably good for even maybe more than that, but just getting to that 600-pound mark. We have Thomas coming up next at 267 and a half kilos. 267 is going to be 589 pounds. He's taking a 12 and a half kilo jump from his first opening attempt, 255 kilos. They're getting the platform ready for him. It's coming out, but the bar is not loaded. Now the bar's loaded. He must have got the word from the official that he could come out, but he's getting ready to take 267 and a half kilos for his second attempt. So it's 267 as a junior 100. That's going to be 589 pounds. Nothing crazy for a second attempt. He definitely has room to add some weight to the bar. For sure, room to secure the 600. And then we got Michael coming out here, 290 kilos on the bar for him. It's going to be a 640 pound, 639 pound squat. The opener went 2-1 at 611, 277. So they're taking a 12.5 kilo jump to the second attempt. We'll see how this moves. I think he's definitely like capable of smoking this weight. So we'll just kind of see what he has in store here. Based on the opener, we'll just have to see. I think that they probably grabbed that. They have him racked. There's probably some downward motion on it. We'll see what they say. It's going to be 2-1. I mean, you could challenge it. He does have a handler. I think he kind of knew that it was a failed lift. He does have the option to go out and challenge it, but it doesn't look like he's going to do so. And they are getting third attempts set up here for Andrew. Andrew's going to take 180 kilos, 396 pounds. And they're going to give Michael Davis a relift at the end of the flight. They're calling it just due to I think the spotters and loaders grabbed it a little too early and didn't really give him a chance to grind it out. Uh, but yes, the plan would be for the at the end of the flight, Michael Davis is going to be taking retaking 290. But Jack, I don't know what's going on. We're slow right now because they're giving not Michael Davis, they're giving it looks like they're giving I'm cooked. Oh shit. I don't know who they're giving a relift to. I think somebody I think somebody in the back volunteered that they like they needed a relift. I don't. Somebody's getting a relift at the end of the flight. What? Apparently they're doing 4 minutes and then or 4 minutes or until the lifter is ready to take his lift. But Andrew is going to be taking 180 kilos, I think. In the meantime, I think this is Andrew, but I might be. I feel like you have 4 minutes. You don't just get to. The lifter typically will. They will redo the lifts at the end of the flight. They don't do the. I think in other federations, they'll do like a few minutes between attempts, and they'll just give you a retake. But I thought typically they would go at the end of the flight. So it is going to be Michael Davis. It's going to be Michael Davis taking a relift because they took the lift early. Some kid volunteered as the last kid that lifted, even though he never lifted.
What? Michael's perfect. Mike's
So Michael is going to get a redo at 290 kilos because Andrew never did his third attempt. So why would they give him a third? Why would they give it? So basically, they took the bar too early for Michael on his second attempt at 290. He has time on his own. He can decide when he goes out there. He can take his time, but he's retaking the second attempt 290 because the spotters and loaders grabbed it a little bit too soon. But the rest caught it. They came back, asked who the last lifter was. Since it was the end of the flight, the guy at the beginning of the flight had not done his third attempt, so they asked who had done the last lift. And the kid that did not, I guess Andrew told them that he was the last one to lift, although he did not do his third attempt. So they basically restarted the 4 minute timer for Andrew for some reason, and then realized that he had not been the one lifting. So Michael is going to come out for this 290 kilo squat and take it as a essential tech second attempt. So Michael coming out now on blue platform with 290 kilos. So let's see what Michael could come back and hit this one. It's not gonna fall for Michael on the 290. Three red lights. So we're gonna start third attempts finally. It's kind of interesting because there's also two coaches helping, so it's kind of, I guess I'm not sure why they said that he was the last one to lift when he hadn't even completed his third attempt. But we're back on track now. 180 kilos for Andrews on his third attempt. So we got Andrew coming out for his third squat attempt of the day. 180 kilos, 396 pounds. And now Andrew getting his way out to the platform. He's going to get the 180 kilo squat, 396 pounds. Now we got Jack coming out taking a pretty big jump. I think he's taking a 15-kilo jump from 192 to 207.
Let's go!
Can't remember exactly what he hit at lifting this. I think he hit 210 or 215. She's getting kind of close to that, especially just deciding to do this meet. I think he decided 2 days ago or yesterday even. So 207 here for Jack. And a nice little grind for Jack. So now we have Patrick coming out for 210 kilos, 463 pounds. And this is only the second flight. This is flight B. We have a whole other flight of squats to go through. So it's gonna be a long it's gonna be a long afternoon. They grabbed it early. Like don't even you don't need to give him another attempt. He was shaking his head. Um the spotters did their job, grabbed it when they needed to. Good catch there. Good job on the judges for not having a relift there. And also just a good fight with 210 out of the hole. The worst thing you can do as a lifter is give up on a weight and put the entire weight on the spotters to catch. So Patrick did a good job of keeping with the weight. If you dump the weight, you get automatically disqualified from the meet. So even though Patrick knew it wasn't there for the day, I think they might even be they might be giving him. Looks like they gave Patrick a good lift on his third attempt, which not sure I got. Just grab it. Come on. Like, yeah, I think the spotters and loaders are a little timid and don't want to grab it right now because they don't want to have to. It's not their fault if they grab something that's downward motion, but I just don't think that they want to grab it too early. Either way, a good catch by them before we get Braxton on his third attempt at 227 kilos, 501 pounds. And then Cam's going to come back and hit the 227 kilo, 501 pounds. Braxton with a nice third attempt there, 501, pretty easy. Looked like it was deep enough. Should be a three white light lift. It's like it's three white for him. Now we got Cam coming out at 227 kilos, repeating the 501 pounds that Braxton just took. And I think sounds like Cam wanted to load 227. Coach Pat wants this 500 for Cam, and oh yeah, Cam, yeah, yeah, no, that's cool to see. I think Cam's been grinding for a few years and to see everything come together on meet day and get that 501. It's pretty big. Next, we got it looks like we got Jalen. Jalen coming out 240 kilos. 240 kilos for Jalen. 529 pounds. That's going to be a no lift and a good catch by the powerlifting team or the spotting and loading team from Kent State. Kent State powerlifting team came out and helped us spotting and loading on the blue platform all weekend long. They only brought a 5-man crew, so we've been busy at work all weekend, definitely putting in the time. I know when we go to nationals and other events like that, we typically bring a big crew just so some people get some time off, so you're not busting your butt all weekend. As it is pretty taxing, pretty tiring. But props to these guys for bringing only 5 out and making it happen all weekend and not having anything crazy happen. Blaze walks out 252 and a half kilos. It's going to be 556 pounds. Flex Training Systems athlete. Nice third attempt squat there. And that's going to be 3 white lights for him. And we got the bar loaded for Andrew, 262 and a half kilos. So 262.5 for Andrew on his third attempt. We got Keaton coming up for his third attempt, 272 kilos, 601 pounds. First two attempts have been pretty easy, so I would assume that his third attempt here should be pretty smooth. I think it's another 15 kilo jump from his second attempt. Got a buddy standing right in front of the lifting cast, so I can't see what his second attempt was or who's up next. So, all right, I got it. He did take he took a 15 kilo jump from his first to second to third. So Keaton, strong walkout with 272, trying to get this 601 under his belt in a meet. And he puts it on the board. We'll see what the rest have to say, but it should be a good lift. We have one more lift and a flight, but then we will get into flight two with we'll get into flight C with first attempts. But Thomas out here for 275 kilos on the bar, 606 pounds. Let's cap off this second flight of squats. And that's going to be a good attempt there for Thomas. 275 kilos, 606 pounds. We'll see three white lights there for him. Solid ending to flight B squats. But starting off flight C, we got Barry. I think we got some master lifters here. And it's going to start off with Barry at 110 kilos, 242 pounds. Like he is a master's three lifter. So he's a 60 to 64 lifter. But Barry getting under the bar, ready to take 110 for his squat opener. One ten should be a good lift for Barry there after his opening attempt. 242 pounds, three white lights for Barry. Move on to John, another Masters lifter, it looks like. John John Murphy. John Murphy is another Masters three lifter, 60 to 64. It's fun to see more than just teen open and junior lifters competing at these types of meets. It's good to see the Masters get involved and lift to a good standard. But John's here with 130 kilos. Looking like depth should be good. 130 kilos, 286 pounds. Three white lights for John. Next up, we're gonna have Nicholas come out, 147 and a half kilos. He is a Minnesota lifter. I see an MG Powerlifting emblem on his t-shirt. So he's got the uh he's got the old winter SBD singlet on. I think that 2018 winter SBD all black, everything. He may have jumped the rack command there. We'll just have to see what the lights have to say. 2-1. 2-1 red. So it's gonna be a no lift. Just gotta listen to the commands on the second attempt and it should be all set. But gonna get a Deshaun squat here, 200 on the bar for Deshaun. 200 kilos, 440 pounds for Deshaun's opener. It looks like he's an outlier strength and conditioning guy. I don't know if the outlier is a Nebraska or a Wisconsin thing, but we're gonna have Corey coming up next. Corey's coming up with a 210 kilo squat. 210, and then we'll have another kilo athlete, Jason. Jason will come up next with 215. So we got 210 and then 215. Corey makes pretty easy work with 210 kilos. So see what the judges have to say. Probably three white lights. So three white lights for Corey. And now we have Mr. Jason Dong coming up, kilo strength and performance athlete. Um, Sean Alexander back here. Brought quite a few athletes over to Appleton, Wisconsin, made the 4 hour trek. But Jason ready to come out and blow up 215 for an opener here. Yeah, and Jason gets ready to take 215 as his opener. I think Jason's going to take some pretty big jumps today, but just have to see what the plan is. Can't see, man. There we go. Jason gets the squat command. Deep squat, moving pretty nice for an opener. Probably load another 15. Can imagine he's probably going to end up taking about a 230 for a second attempt and off about 240, 245. But good opener there for Jason. And we got William coming up next, 217 kilos, 479 pounds. So 217 for William. Buddy went full tempo into the hole. Handled it pretty well. We'll have to see what they say. I was gonna say depth looked pretty solid. But up next we got Darius taking 220 kilos for his opening attempt. So 220 for Darius. 485 pounds. Rocking the flex tee. I don't know if he's flex coached, but like a decent opener for Darius. See three white lights come up on the board there. And next up, we got Gregory coming up with 235 kilos, like the full Titan kit, the gray Titan kit. But he's coming out with 235 kilos, 518 pounds. And tempo's into the hole, stays in his quads, and looks like it's going to be a good lift for Gregory. We got Chad Meyer coming up on the blue platform, 240 kilos, 529-pound opener for him. I believe Chad did regionals last year, and then I believe he also did Raw Nationals. So he's back at regionals this year and opening up his squat with 240. That is a three white lights opener for him. And next we have Zachary Ditson coming up for his opener, and his opener is 252. So he's got a 556-pound squat opener. Another outlier strength and conditioning guy. 252 kilos, 556 pounds for Zachary's squat opener. This second session is gonna take a long time. I believe we have for sure more than 40 lifters in this on this platform in this session. So for sure 12 to 15 lifters per flight. But we have Ryan coming up. Zach hit his 252 kilo squat attempt. And now we have Ryan with 257 kilos on the bar. That's going to be 300, or that is going to be 500 and 567 pounds. And pretty easy opener for him. Looks like he's a Lemieux Training Systems athlete. I alone have probably seen 15 to 20 Lemieux Training Systems lifters this weekend on my platforms. So I'm curious to see how many of those guys are actually competing this weekend across the board. But up next, we're gonna have Zachary. Zachary is gonna bring out the 270 opener in the legendary navy blue Stoic singlet. And I think he's wearing the purple Stoic sleeves, so the color combo is interesting. But let's see how Zachary can move 270 on his opening squat here. Not too shabby. We'll see what the judges have to say, but it should be a good opener for him. Three white lights there. Then I believe we have one more attempt here, 282 kilo opener for Gregory, mustache fitness athlete. 282 kilos is going to be 622 pounds. So we got Gregory coming out with 282 on the bar. 282 for Gregory. It's like a pretty easy walkout, settles in, gets the start command on squat, and we'll see how he can move this here. Moved it easy. And it's gonna be three white lights for Greg to finish out the first attempt squats for this flight. LMAO, Jimmy said hi, Clay. Quit glazing me, brother. But we're about to start off second attempts on flight C. Barry, what is this? 125, taking a 15 kilo jump from his opener. 15 kilos master lifter. That's insane. But he's got the base attempt selection. Three white lights for Barry. Jimmy, I can't say it. But we got John coming out here, 140 kilos on the bar, 308 pounds for his second attempt. Where we got John taking this 308, moving it nice and easy. He took a 10 kilo jump from 130 to 140. Two white lights. It's a good lift for John Murphy. And then we got Nicholas coming out here rocking the 2018 winter SPD singlet, the all black. I don't know what those might even be the same sleeves. I might be tweaking. Good squat. Nicholas jumped the rack man on his opener, so I think he just went up 2.5 kilos and three white lights there, so he got on the board. But Nicholas rocking the MG powerlifting shirt under his SPD singlet. So up next we got Deshaun coming out 215. He's taking that 15 kilo jump from 200. And looks like Sean is out putting the work in, showing the boys how to work a collar. Good work, Sean. Good work. So we got Deshaun on the platform right now, taking 215 kilos, 474 pounds for his second attempt. Is he wearing a belt? I thought I was tweaking. 474 pounds for Deshaun, second attempt there. And that's three white lights for him. And we will move on to Corey. Corey has a can't see it. Corey's got a 232 kilogram second attempt planned. And Jimmy, I know you're going to be excited for the next lifter, buddy. But Corey's taking 232, and then Jason's about to match it with a 232 attempt as well, taking a 17 kilo. No, he's the guy out there.
I talked to him before.
Oh,
Like,
Gino.
yeah.
Gino.
What?
His name's Gino.
Cheat.
Gino. But Corey is 232 and a half, and a good lift for him. So we have Jason coming up for his second attempt. That is glazed, Jimmy. It's okay. We can glaze the boys. Jason's ready to come out. Jimmy Santa Maria is doing tricks for him at home. But Jason's coming out 232 kilos on the platform. It's going to be 513 pounds. I'm tweaking. 513 pounds. We got a misload. Either a misload or a. All right, Gino, my guy. Thanks. Looks like Jason is teaching him how to work a collar. It's kind of crazy, but dude's gonna time out, tightening the collar for himself. Nah, he'll be good. 232 for Jason when they get it for him. He'll have a little bit more time as they get it figured out for him. Says he has. Yeah, they just restarted the clock for him. So are they still having issues with it? All right. So Jason's getting rewrapped and he's ready to go. I don't know. Does he have 13 seconds or does he have more time? Because there's no way. All right, Gino, my guy. Buddy, what? What is going on? They better. I I could imagine they're probably going to give him another attempt at it, but I don't know. It's kind of tough. There's not much that Jason can do or anybody else can do. Go to the warm up room and take your second attempt there, I guess. But yeah, I don't know what they're gonna. Yeah, they're talking. Jason will probably get another attempt at 232. Well, it'll be another one of those things where they give him like 4 minutes, like they did in the last flight, like 4 minutes in between attempts, and he kind of gets to go out whenever he's ready. So it's gonna take a little while, but he can probably expect Jason's gonna get another attempt at his second attempt, 232 kilos. Oh, I don't know what we're doing. Jimmy, we need you on the live stream. I need to hear your commentary, man. As of right now, it looks like Jason's just going to take 232 as his third attempt. I don't know. I don't know if that's going to change or what. Either way, we have William up on the platform right now, 232 and a half kilos. So the same 513 pounds for William. Buddy, we are like not even the thirds. Jason Oakley got
I'm about to call him out. He was calling me out. They need to start. He was calling me out because Lays and said though.
got Darius coming up 235 kilos, 518 pounds.
Jimmy
We got Greg. Greg coming up now, 247. 247 is going to be 545 pounds.
but he was on my platform. That's me.
It does. It looks like they're moving. Oh, they're moving Jason down to the bottom of the flight, so he's gonna get to retake that 232. So after Greg, Greg will take 300 kilos and then drop it all the way back down to 232. Jason will theoretically take his second attempt at 232, and then we'll start the third attempts back over. Thank you, Jimmy, for telling me in the live stream comments.
Jimmy, I heard you mad glazing over here. That's crazy.
We got Chad Mara coming up 260 kilos, taking a 20 kilo jump, 240 to 260 for his second attempt. So 260, 573 pounds for Chad on his second attempt. That's a smooth second attempt for Chad. I think Chad literally posted on his Instagram that he was like hurt, but into the meet day, I guess. 260, 260 moved well, and we have a few more attempts. Looks like we have five more to finish this second flight out, or this third flight, second attempts out. But we got Zach taking 267 kilos for his second attempt. I think he opened up at 252, so he took a 15. Took a 15 from 252 to 267. So that's 589 pounds, and a should be a good lift. Got 589. Yeah, three white lights at 589 pounds for Zach. Now we got Ryan. Ryan is also taking 267 kilos and 589 pounds. Lemieux Training Systems athlete. Oh, that's an easy second attempt. I think Big Buddy actually yelled easy at the top, and he got a 2-1. So good squat there at 267. And then we're gonna bump it up to 287 for Zach. And maybe blue stoic singlet and the lean colorway stoic sleeves. So they're loading up 287 for Zach. Gonna be 633 pounds. So 287 for Zach on the bar right now. And then we'll have a 300 attempt. So 287, 300, and then back down to 232 for Jason. Looks like a pretty solid squat for Zachary on his second attempt. See what the judges have to say, but not seeing the lights. Matt sounds like the lift was good on Zachary's second attempt at 287 kilos. So we'll move up to 300 for the next attempt here. 300 kilos for Gregory. So 300 on the bar for Gregory here of Mustache Fitness. So he's got 300 on the bar now, and then we'll back it down to 232 for Jason to get the last second attempt of the flight out of the way. He gets a retake just from some timing issues earlier in the flight. 300 moves good. We'll see what the judges say. I don't know if it's going to be depth or not. Maybe looked a tad high from the angle that I saw, but not sure what they just called that. 300 was a good lift. So I was capping, and they gave him the depth. So Jason coming back 232 kilos on the platform, making up for the time issue earlier in the flight. So he gets to take his second attempt at 232. The good thing is he never actually had to squat 232, so this is like his first time actually squatting it. And he's had quite a bit of time in between attempts now, so we'll see how he does. If Gino moves, there we go. Nice false unrack for Jason. Strong walk, and he gets the squat command. Sinks it and pushes through. Might have got a little off balance out of the hole there, but looks like a pretty good squat. They might probably add like a 5 to 7, see what's there on the third. But Jason comes through and does get that second squat out of the way. Uh, and we are going to get to the back to the top of the flight for the beginning of third attempts.
Sorry.
So starting the third squats off, it's gonna be Barry took a 10 kilo jump from 125 to 135. And he's gonna make an attempt here at 297 pounds. Three red lights there. And we have John Murphy coming up on for his third attempt here. It's going to be 145 kilos, 319 pounds. He took a 5 kilo jump from his second attempt at 140 kilos. Uh, we'll see what they say. Three reds. Three reds. Got the lift out of the way, but judge said, not today, buddy. Uh, Nicholas says 162 loaded for his third. So 162 for Nicholas. And that's going to be a no lift. Spotters and loaders seem a little timid to catch for some reason. But either way. And we got Deshaun. Deshaun coming up with his third attempt at 225 kilos, 496 pounds. That's an easy third attempt. Easy third attempt at 225. And we're gonna jump up to Corey. Jason's got a fast turnaround. So we got Corey and then Jason's right back on platform. 240 kilos, 529 pounds. But we're gonna take 523 pounds or
I might just wait for him.
when Jason Dong comes out, I'm trying to see the live stream comments go crazy.
That's rough here, moment.
But Corey getting a rack command, soft knees. So Corey's got about 20 seconds to get the squat command. If he doesn't get the squat command by the time the clock hits 0, it's going to be a no lift. But see what happens here. He should have enough time to get the squat command. Jimmy, bro. Corey grinds it out in the 237 kilograms in the stoic sleeve. And now we have Jason coming up, jumping seven, jumping seven from the 232 he took probably 5 minutes ago. We'll see what he's got here. So 240 kilos on the bar for Jason. And he's sniffing the ammonia, getting some slaps, and he's ready to take this 240. Hi Lee, but Jason ready to take 240 here. Fighting out of the hole, fighting, and he's gonna get 240. We will see what the judges say, but he yeah, that's three white lights for Jason. So I mean, but he battled through adversity and came through with a 240 squat. So good job, Jason. Good work. All right, enough glaze for a little while. Darius coming up with 240, 529 pounds on the bar for him. Darius coming back with the 240 as well. And three white lights for him too. So back to back 240s for Jason and Darius. And Williams coming out 240. Let's see, I can't see lifting cast right now, but can't remember if he failed the second attempt or it looks like he did get the second attempt and he took a small 7 kilo jump. And puts up a pretty good fight with it, battles through it, and should be a good lift for him. We'll see what the judges have to say there. But good fight with 240. So we went back to back to back 240s. Then we'll jump 12 and a half and get up to 252 for Gregory. 252, 556 pounds. So we got Gregory walking out 252. I believe they already started bench on the red platform. So Gregory taking 252, and it's not going to be there today. Good catch by the spotters and loaders. A little bit quicker to catch that one. The longer you wait with the weight like that, you're probably cooked. But Chad's going to come up and take a 7 kilo jump from his second attempt at 260. He's going to take 267. Be 589 pounds. It's his third attempt. So Chad walking out 267. And nah, it looked like he was probably going to power through that for a quick second there, but ultimately did not end up happening. But still put up a 260 on squat today. So we have three or four lifters left in this flight before we take a 10-minute intermission, but it's going to be Zach taking, oh shit, taking 275, 606 pounds. We are looking at spent over 2 hours to get done with these three flights of squats. So it's gonna be a long session too. But Zach coming out with 275, varies it. Smooth squat out of the hole. 275 moves pretty easy. 606 should be a three white lights. So he goes 3 for 3 on squat. So now we have Ryan coming up at 275 kilos, 606 pounds. And he had an easy second attempt. Might have only taken a seven, only took a 7 kilo jump. Um, yeah, I suppose probably a good call. And now Zachary's gonna come up and he's gonna take a stab at 300. And then I think the last attempt is planned out at 310 kilos. So we're gonna do 300 for Zachary, then we're gonna do 310 after that. So a couple big squats to end the session off. So Zach with a nice pick of 300. Let's see what he can do here. He fights for it. What a grind. Really nice squat. Um, three white lights there on 300 for Zachary. Good efficient squats. Didn't get out of his quads at all. And Gregory's going to come up with 310 kilos, which is going to be 683 pounds. So 683 pounds on the bar for Gregory to close out the this whole section of squats.
Let's go, man.
Gave 310 a little slap. We'll see if he can have a successful lift here. Strong walkout. Let's make it happen here. And it's not going to fall today. Good catch by spotters and loaders, making sure he gets in there safely. We're going to have a 10-minute intermission, and we will be back for bench and flight A in about 10 minutes. Alrighty, we are back. Jeremy's gonna, I guess I missed a few, but Jeremy's gonna be at 112 kilos, 248 pounds for his bench opener. So Jeremy taking 112 kilos for his bench opener. And that is a good lift for Jeremy for his opener. Next, we're gonna have Will. Will's coming out 117 kilos. It's gonna be 259 pounds, 258 pounds. So he'll have 117 kilos for his opening attempt. That is going to be a good lift as well. It's three white lights on his opening bench attempt at 117 kilos. Why is Buddy tweaking? Buddy's tweaking.
So sorry.
Looks like Max is gonna have a 137 and a half kilo opener. 137 and a half is gonna be 303 pounds. So it's like a good attempt there. Max. I think Will just got his second attempt in, but he was tweaking about his advances. Like the judges said something about his feet not being flat on the floor, and he was trying to tell them that it was his advances, just the edge of the shoe. And then he just got his second attempt with it. As far he takes 137. 137 and a half kilos, 303 for Ari.
Hi.
We got back coming up for his opening bench at 140. Mr. Sean. Mr. Sean calling his numbers today because that's the coach, man. But Beck, easy opener. I think Beck does most of his lifting at Los Campeones EP, the Eden Prairie, Minnesota Los. So he with an easy opener at 140 kilos. Being quite a bit of lifters got these sunglasses on because of the Limitless brand LEDs that we got shining down on the bench. But we got John Paul Johnson. John Paul Johnson on 145 kilos for his opening attempt and making easy work of 145. So We'll have another repeat of 145 before we make our way to. We only have two left in the flight. Bench should go much faster than squats did, just because there shouldn't be as much variance between like the beginning of the flight and the end of the flight. But we'll just kind of have to see how that ends up. And Jacob finishes 145. We'll see. Looks like three white lights. And then we'll have, or sorry, that was Jonah. Now we have Anario. Mario Salinas at 162 and a half kilos, 358 pounds. Flex coached. I'm not sure which flex coach. It's like Mike Davis as his coach. So Mario taking this 162 for a pretty easy single.
I saw the actual squat. He went down and up. I was a spotter.
Oh yeah, was he close about it?
Average man. Yeah, I thought. Nice.
See? And we got Wyatt coming up, 167 and a half kilos. It's going to be 369 pounds. Pretty easy attempt as an opener for Wyatt there. All right, and we got Braden. Braden coming up back out here. Looks like we are starting second attempts on this flight A. And Braden with a successful attempt at 102 and a half kilos. It's 226 pounds. You're lying. Extremely cool. We got Lincoln 105 kilo, 231 pound. That's gonna be a good attempt for him. Came all the way out from Indiana to compete at Central Midwest Regional. So we're into second attempt. Nicholas taking 115 kilos, 253 pounds, moving it pretty easily. Probably take another 10. Or did he take a 15? He might have taken 15-kilo jump in his. Yeah, Nicholas went 100 to 115, and we're gonna have to see. We're gonna have to see what the plan for the third attempt is here. 120. So we want 100, 115, 120. Then Jeremy 127 and a half for his second attempt. And that's a good attempt for Jeremy at 127 and a half kilos. Three white lights for him. And then we're gonna have Will coming up here with 132. We're good.
We can, 137 half, that's me the pound.
So Will's got 132 on the bar. He came in the back talking about how the refs were telling him maybe his feet were not flat on the floor. He's got the Avances on. Um, I don't know. He should be fine. Yeah, he's good. And not there off of the shelves. And he took a 15-kilo jump from 117 132. Didn't move. And I think he's gonna retake it. He just came behind me and asked the score table if he could just retake the 132. So we got Maxwell up right now, and he's gonna take 145 for his second attempt, 319 pounds. And he's struggling. And it's going to be a no lift for Maxwell as his second attempt. And then Ari taking a 7-kilo jump to 145 kilos from 137. Ari should be taking. I think Ari is originally from Minnesota, and then he went to Iowa State. So it's in Appleton at the regionals, taking 145 kilos for his second bench attempt. And he grinds it past through a sticking point there. Makes it happen. Should be a successful lift. Three white lights for him. Probably take a two to five attempt. 2 to 5 jump for the third for Ari. Oh, and then so it's like we have John Paul Johnson coming up with a 152 and a half. We have 152 and a half for the next three lifters. So Jonah will take 152 after John Paul, and Beck will take 152 after Jonah takes 152. Gets the start command, and it should be a successful lift for John Paul with rocket strength. And Jonah's going to come out and do the same, take 152.5, 336 pounds for his second attempt. gonna be three red lights. Failed the lift, but also completely took his glutes off of the bench. So not gonna count. They'll probably retake that and see if they can pull it together for a third attempt. But Beck's gonna come out and take 152 for his third attempt or for his second attempt. So 336 on the bar for Beck here as he settles in and tries to hit this 336 pound bench. Pretty easy 152 for Beck. Probably take another 7 kilo jump to get to 160 for him, but we'll see what they have to say there. I think it'd probably be 160. Yeah, 160. And then we have Mario coming out here for his second attempt at 172. He took 160, 162, 172. It's 380 pounds for Mario here. He blew up his opener, so we'll see how he can move this second at 172 and a half kilos. Pretty easy second attempt there for Mario as well. Then we got Wyatt. His second bench is going to be at 175 kilos, 385 pounds. A little bit of a tough second attempt there, but nothing crazy. I mean, he couldn't. He could probably add another two to five, maybe five on his third attempt. But Braden, we are all the way back up. We're back up to the beginning of the flight, and Braden is gonna start off our third attempt with 105 kilos, 231 pounds. And that's gonna be a no lift for his for the first third bench attempt of the day. But we're gonna have Lincoln. Lincoln's gonna come out, um, and he is gonna be taking 110 kilos to 242 pounds. Lincoln, part of Sparks Strength Club. His coach competed earlier today, so he um, Lincoln helped handle until it was time to lock in for weigh-ins. But coming back out, 110's probably not going to be there today. Good catch there by the spotters, and we are going to we're gonna have Nicholas come out with 120 kilos. He's got the sunglasses on. Infamous crew athlete. Who has more athletes here this weekend? Either infamous crew or Lemieux training systems. And 120 is going to fall for Nicholas. Will's coming out for his third bench attempt. He's matching his second attempt that he did not hit. It looks like he failed it off the chest. We'll see what he does here. Hit the chest and he just said, uh-uh. So now Will is up. Not Will. He just went. Jeremy. Jeremy is going to come out. Jeremy taking 137. Not going to be there today. So we got Maxwell up right now. He's going to take 145 kilos, 319 pounds. Last two have been misses. So we got 145 in the bar right now. Then I'll jump up to 147. Curry is coming out for 147 and a half kilos, 325 pounds for his third bench attempt. I think he hit 150 at in January. He's gonna come through and hit 147. Sometimes you gotta take what you can. It should fall. Looks like Jonah is gonna be a no lift for 150. So we got John Paul coming out for his third attempt. 160 kilos, 352 pounds. So go 160, 160, 180, 180. So not a whole lot of weight changes, which is good. But we got John Paul taking 160. We got Beck taking 160. We got a Mario taking 180. And then we have Wyatt also taking 180. And John Paul ended up blocking that out at 160. We'll have a quick change of the rack, but don't got to change any weights. I will say that's a positive of bringing a few more people. You have some people on rack, some people on weights, some people on bar, um, and you kind of move through the meet a little bit faster. But the seven or the 5-man crew from Ohio, Kent State, they're doing a good job so far. So Beck's ready to take 160. He's a teen two, so he's either 16 or 17. He's taking 160 kilos, 352 pounds, so that's not going to be there today. Two and a half less probably was there, but either way, put up a good fight with the 160. Just got a little point they couldn't get through, and still put up 152 on the 336 pounds. So, and it looks like the next flight shortened up by one lifter. Michael Davis did not put in or he dropped out of the meet. So we shortened up the flight B by one lifter. So Mario is coming out to take 180 kilos, 396 pounds for his third bench attempt, and then we'll have Wyatt also taking 180. Wyatt will also be taking 183.96 for his third attempt. It's gonna be a it's gonna be no lift for Mario. And this is going to be a state record attempt for Wyatt Hubbard. He's already got the Illinois squat record. He squatted 295 earlier today. But he's going out with 180 kilos for the Illinois bench state.
That's 10? Okay, sorry. Sit down about that's fine.
So Wyatt comes through with 180 state record. So the first attempt, we're gonna have Andrew taking 82 and a half kilos, which is 181 pounds. Then we'll have Jack coming up with 120 kilos, which is 264 pounds. Easy opener there, right? 82.5 for Andrew. Like I mentioned before, we did have a drop. So we shortened up this slight B up by one lifter.
No, I started.
So Jack hits the bench opener at 120, passes the sunglasses on over. Cam, she's up next with 125 kilos. And an easy opener there for Cam at 125 kilos, 275. Got Blaze coming up 132.5 kilos on the bar for his bench opener. Later. We got Braxton Gobel coming up here. His bench opener is gonna be 135 kilos. 135 kilos for Braxton. 297 pounds for Braxton. And it looks like it's going to be three white lights for him on his last attempt there. Jalen taking a 135 kilo opener on bench. It's 297 pounds. Jumped to 142. So up now we have Patrick taking 142 and a half kilos, 314 pounds. That is no good. We'll see if he can come back on the second and hit it, but 142 and that. I mean, like, I don't know. It could have been a technique thing, but I just have to see. Let's see how the seconds look. He's retaking the 142 and a half, but I mean, it just looked like it was failed off of the chest strength wise. So, um, be interesting to see. You can put something together and get a bench on the board at least. And Andrew puts up a pretty easy opener at 147, 355 pounds. And it'll be a repeated weight with Thomas. We got Thomas taking 147 and a half, 325 pounds. 325 pounds for his bench opener. We have Nick Wicker coming up with 150 kilos. 150, 330 pounds for Nick Wicker. And Nick Wicker getting set up to take his bench opener at 150 kilos, 330 bucks. I will say the pauses are a tad long, right? But um, typically it's due to some movement on the chest. I can't really see it from here, but at the same time, it seems like it's consistent across the board. So pretty smooth, 70 kilos, 374 pounds. And I believe that is the last bench. Yeah, we're making our way back to the top of the flight here in seconds. It's going to do, Andrew is going to do 87 and a half after he opened up at 82 and a half. So we 192 pounds. So Andrew coming up 87.5 kilograms for Andrew in his second attempt on the day for bench. It's a sinking heave bench here. Made it happen, put it on the board. And we're gonna have Jack coming up making a 7.5 kilo jump to 127 and a half kilos. Gonna be 280. £281 for Jackson Geister. Jack, after Jack, Cam is also taking a 7 kilo jump, and he's going to go from 125 to 132.5. So Jack looks like he has a good second attempt bench. uh, Jackson brought the sunglasses back over for Cam, and TC took the glasses from him. Tried giving them to Cam, and Cam tried having TC buddy put the sunglasses in his mouth because his hands were full. As Cam takes 132.5 kilos. And it looks like he just like lost a little bit of tension at the chest. They'll take it 2.5. Just try to stay a little bit keep that tension in the upper half, and then a soft touch to the chest, and he should be fine. I think he just lost it. He lost tension, dropped it to the chest a little bit. But he's gonna probably load 2.5 more for Cam's third for 135. Maybe 137. 135 for Cam's third. And then Jalen is up right now with 140 kilos on the bar. It's 308 pounds. So Jalen had a good attempt at 140 kilos. Chopping up to 142 for Braxton's got 142. Blaze has 142. And Patrick will also do a repeat of 142. So we have two more attempts at 142. Yeah, the Blaze is ready to take 142, and that's going to be a good lift for Blaze. And then we have Patrick up next. Patrick failed his opener at 142. Not sure if it was on technique, not sure if it was on strength, but should have a pretty good idea after the second attempt here. So Patrick's gonna unrack 142 and see if he can stay in the meet by hitting this. And he does hit it. So Patrick does stay in the meet. Those must have just been like a little bit of a sink and heave. So I think it's pretty, there's a large margin of error there. Um, but I believe that's a good lift for Patrick. Yep, it'll be 3 white lights for Patrick on his second batch attempt. And it looks like he'll probably go up to like 145. Just, yeah, 2 kilo difference there. Andrew is in for his second at 155 kilos, 341 pounds. Going to be a good lift. And it's going to be 157, 157 kilos for the next attempt for Nick. Nick Wicker. Nick makes pretty easy work with 157, 347 pounds. Next, we'll have Keaton declared to fight out 177, 5 kilos, 391 pounds for his second attempt. So Keaton with 177.5 kilos, 391 pounds for his second attempt. Nori powerlifting, or I guess I shouldn't even say that, raid strength. And that's a good second attempt there for Keaton. It's 2-1, good lift. So we have Andrew coming out with 90 kilos, 198 pounds for his third bench attempt. Then we'll jump all the way to 135 for Cam.
right, come on, Jack. Hey, take your time. You need big leg right, Jack. Wearing this to your quad. Go, guys, sir. Come on. Easy. Oh,
All right, I'm back on the mic. I had to stand up and adjust everything. But we're in the third attempt, 145 kilos for Patrick, and that's going to be a 2-to-1 no lift for Patrick. So he does get one on the board with 142. That's going to be a no lift for Brax. But we do have Blaze coming up for his third bench attempt, 147 and a half kilos for Blaze. Andrew with 160 kilo for his third attempt. So 160 for Andrew, 352 pounds. So we got good attempt at 160 for Andrew, and then we're gonna jump up to 162.5, 358 pounds for Nick Wicker. So 162, 358 for Nick here on his third attempt. We have three more attempts, and then we'll start opening attempts at the third or flight C. And that'll be a good look for Nick for his third bench. So Tom is coming up for his third bench. It's gonna be a 167 kilo bench attempt. One press command for Tom as he tries fighting through it. Probably not gonna happen today. And that's gonna be no lift for Thomas for his third bench. And then we're gonna cap off these bench attempts with Keaton. He's got a 182.5 kilo bench attempt. It's going to be 402 pounds, making a 5 kilo jump from 177.5 kilos. Raid strength athlete. That's Aiden Raider. And that is going to be a successful third attempt with 182 for Keaton. And that's a 2-to-1 lift for him. So finishes the flight with a 402-pound bench. So Nicholas starts off this flight C with a 100 kilo bench. We'll go 100, 100, 120. So 100, 100, 120. And it looks like Barry with a successful bench opener at 100 kilos as well. So now we'll work our way up to 120 kilos, 264 pounds. So we are loading up 120 kilos for John Murphy coming out in the sunglasses. And then we have 142, 142 and a half kilos for Jason. So 142 for Jason up next. John makes easy work of 120 as his opener. Um, so I think 140 should be pretty easy for the next. I think we have 142, 142, and then 145 for the next two after that. So waiting for the 142 on the blue platform to get loaded before Jason gets out there to his opener bench. And they started the clock. Shakes off the handoff guy. Self unracks 142 kilos, 314 pounds for Jason's opener. Kind of a long start command, but fast press command. It's gonna be a 2-1. It looked like he might have just jumped a rack command a little bit, like threw it back into the Jake the cups. So I would imagine they probably still go up. I mean, it's like whatever. Looked easy enough, so you can probably expect Jason to go up another like 7 kilos. Or it looks like they're going up. Looks like they're going up 12. So 155 up next. So Zach, or 145 up next. But Zach just hit the 142 and a half kilo bench. And we're gonna have Corey taking 145, 319 pounds. So a good lift for Corey at 145. And now just changing the rack up a little bit for Deshaun, and he's gonna do a 145 bench as well. So now we got Darius coming up here. He's doing 145 as well. Then we'll jump another 2.5 kilos for Zachary at 147 after Darius kind of hits a sticking point at the top of the bench there, but fights his way through it and gets something on the board. Either way, three white lights for Darius on his opener at 145 kilos. So we got Zachary taking 147, 325 pounds. Then we'll jump up another 10 kilos to 157 and a half kilos, 347 pounds. Alrighty, we got Gregory coming out with 157, 347 pounds for his opening attempt. And then we're jumping another 10 kilos to 167, which is going to be 369 pounds. Then we'll get into the 170 range for openers. But Gregory gonna take this 157. We'll get something on the board. So 157 is going to be a good lift for Gregory. 3 white lights there. Jumping it up another 10 to 167. 369 pounds for Gregory. We got Greg and Greg back to back. And then we will kick it up another 2.5 up to 170. Easy 167 opener for Greg. And we are going to get into 170 kilos, 374 pounds for Chad. It's going to go 170, 170, 172. And then I believe that's the end of the flight. We'll restart and get up to seconds. So 170 opener for Chad Mara. Pretty simple opener for him. It's like a little bit of a sink and heaver. Um, but strong off the chest and a strong opener overall. Probably going to take a 7 or a 10. Could take more. I don't know.
The
But
optimal standing over here.
oh my God,
We're
dude.
cooked, buddy.
Yep.
I was actually just telling my live stream that we're not gonna get home until like 11.
Later.
Yeah, probably later.
You
Yeah,
probably want to get out of here till midnight.
get out of here till midnight.
No,
That's
no, no,
crazy.
no, no. Till 8.
Low key, I was saying 7 over on my platform, but you're right. Your platform is kind of cooked. It might be 8.
We won't get done benching till 6. So I have a 10-minute
Yeah, y'all are on OPs over here.
piece.
My fault, chat. This is what you guys have been missing out on: is the two fellas getting to muck it up at the same time on the same mic.
Yep,
Would have been an extra laugh or two instead of the boys just staring at a wall.
it's okay. I'm sure Quentin's got an Amazon package heading his way because teen or high school and that's in 2025 is in Appleton.
Happy said it's crazy. Bro, you switched your mic to pink, huh? You're a big color switch guy.
It was an accident, but yeah.
So what? It's just his butt back here. Yeah.
I hit the top, but it'll show.
Oh, rainbow. It is Pride Month.
It is Pride Month, day 2.
All right, I better go get some snacks, Loki. You need anything?
I've been munching low key.
I hear you. All right, blue platform. We'll catch you later.
So we just finished off the openers for our flight C. But yeah, you guys are missing out. It would have been cool if Nas and I just got to sit side by side, talk about both platforms, make it a little bit more entertaining for you guys, um, versus just hearing one of us at a time. It's more fun like talking to people in the chat if they got something to say. 'Cause then I'm not just talking to myself. It gets kind of boring. But back up to the top here, we got Barry. Barry's got 105, 231 pounds. Not too hard of a second attempt. It'd probably go up another 2 to 5. And get his third on the board. But yeah, 2025 high school nationals is in Jimmy, bro. 2025 high school national USAPL is in. It's actually in this very convention center. Um, so I mean, it would be ideal if there's some sort of live stream commentary where it's not just like 1v1. Uh, like me versus Jimmy in spike ball. But that's going to be a failed second attempt. Failed second attempt for Nicholas. Yep, Nicholas failed the second attempt at 107. And John Murphy taking that 10 kilo jump from 120 to 130 on his second attempt. He's got the sunnies on. Yeah, Jimmy, I've never played spike ball with you because you capped when I was literally ready on the weekend to play spike ball, waiting in the backyard at Jake's, and but he just disappeared. He said, "Oh no, I'm trying to hit my SVD." Like, bro. Anyways, John's about to come out and hit this 130 second attempt. And it should be a good attempt for John Murphy at 130 kilos.
Let's go, Zach.
Now we got Zach coming out 150 kilo, second attempt, 330 pounds. So it looks like these next six attempts are going to be between 150 and 155. So there's not going to be a whole lot of moving around, moving plates around and stuff. Moving a little bit faster through these benches than the squats, though. I think squats overall took like about about 2 hours total, a little bit over. And bench it seems we're moving pretty quick. We should be done probably within the next 15 to 20 minutes. Then we'll have a nice little 10-minute intermission. Let Buddy catch a break from yapping. And then we'll be back for deadlifts. But we still got to get through probably about half of these second attempts, and then all the thirds. So Zachary's coming up. He's got the 150, the 152, 336 pound second attempt. And 152 for uh for Zach. Should be a good lift. Wait on some lights, but should be a good one. Either way, we can get the 155 loaded up. So it is three whites for him. Now we got Zachary's coming out, or not Zachary. We have Corey coming out for his 155 second attempt. Corey is gonna have a no lift. Did not get that second attempt bench at 155. We got Deshaun taking 155, and then we got Jason taking 155. So Deshaun taking a 10-kilo jump. Jason did not get his opener on just a rack command, but he took a 12-kilo jump to 155. So Deshaun, good lift at 155. Now we have Jason. Jason coming up at 155. He's got to be patient at the chest or at the top before he gets the once he gets the rack command, then he can slam that John into the pegs. Jason taking a self lift off with 155, 341 pounds.
Stay solid.
Gets a star command and a pretty easy second attempt there. Should be three white lights, I would imagine. Nothing wrong with that one. Didn't jump it. Three white lights for Jason. Probably take another seven. Uh, yeah, probably take another seven. He might be taking another 10. I'll just kind of have to see what Mr. Sean has to say, but I would imagine looks like a five. Let's take it a five. So he's going to be taking 160 for his third attempt. So back to back Greg's here, 162 for Greg Green, and then we will have 177 for Greg One Row. One Row.
That body's hurt up.
Waddies.
I was gonna say something. I got back here. I can't remember. Oh yeah, you got to see the singlet that Adam Pierce is wearing. He's got the burger singlet on.
I saw
That's crazy.
I saw the bottom half of it, but I didn't actually see the full thing. I thought it was like a SpongeBob, one of those SpongeBob singlets. It's just a burger.
Yeah, like a Burger King burger. It's tight branded though. And over on my platform, I actually saw the craziest thing too. I didn't say it on the live stream because I didn't want to blow the buddy if he was like, oh, if there's anybody was watching. Like, I don't know if his ex-girlfriend was watching, but one girl pulled out I know. One girl pulled out the forbidden pre-workout. He was looking at old texts from his shorty, bro.
Oh hell no!
I know. It's like, cause me, Claire, sitting right here, right where I go out to live. This buddy, instead of taking smelling salts, he's looking at a saved message from some shorty. You know, it was a paragraph. So like, he set it down, left it open. I had to just, I'm not nosy. I had to at least look at it, and it was just like, yeah, things aren't gonna work out. Yeah, but bro hit the third squat.
What was it?
I don't know. It was like
Uh,
220 maybe, but
Buddy's got an award
but the forbidden pre-workout, bro. The text from the ex.
in public is kind of wild. All right,
Yeah,
well, we're
I fall for putting Buddy on blast, but he did go 3 for 3 on squat.
that's funny.
The forbidden pre.
All right, we got Chad coming up with his second bench, taking a 7 kilo jump from 170 to 177, 391 pounds. And then we have two more lifters in the flight before we get the third attempt started.
Oh, okay.
The third
The third attempt.
the third attempts are the third attempts. The burgers.
Singy.
The singing.
Well, you got some manners.
Thanks. It's gonna be another 177 bench. Cracking a cracking a Redcon
You
energy
just
drink.
cracked that?
Nah, that would keep me up all night.
Yeah. Yeah, I had the one for the earlier session. I can't do another now. Nice looking bench.
We had they had coffee in the hospitality.
I saw that, yeah.
I rocked a coffee, but they didn't have any like 0 calorie sweetener.
No sweetener, huh?
So I went no sweeties.
You raw dogged it.
Yeah. I raw dog.
They say that's the way it's meant to be drank.
It is, but
Okay, this guy here, William, Eden Prairie Los Campeones member. Seen him there a time or two.
mm,
Competed at regionals last year as well. Big bench guy.
182, 402 pounds. Did not know that Buddy was a Minnesota guy.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But yeah, talked to him a couple of times. Eden Prairie Los. Self-coached. Maybe not. Elite Form Fitness. All right. But he always asks me to spot him at the EP Lows. Giving him a crispy handoff or two.
It's gonna be 2 red lights at on his bench attempt. See if he comes back around and hits it on his third if he even takes it.
You see what he missed it on?
Huh?
What he missing on?
What? What did he miss on?
Yeah.
It was blues.
Oh, it's down and up. All right. All right. Well, I'm heading back. We got that switch over on my platform.
All right.
Peace out, blue platform.
Alrighty. So we are starting off third attempts. Nicholas, Minnesota guy. It's gonna be a no lift at 107.5. Just not there for him today. So we got Barry coming up second, 107.5 kilos. That'd be 237 pounds in the Barry with the tempo bench. See if he can lock it out. Looks good. Looks good, Barry. His buddy John said he could have done more than that, Barry. That was easy. So John's coming up. He's got 135 kilos on the bar for his third bench attempt. So John's taking 135 kilos. And not going to fall for him today. Got it off the chest and started grinding it, but So no lift for John. So Zach's coming out. Zach's got 152 kilos on the bar for his third attempt, 336 pounds. So that's three white lights for Zachary on his third attempt. So he's good with 152 kilos, 336 pounds on the bench. And we'll get up to 155, 341 pounds for Corey. And then we'll jump another 2.5 for the next two attempts after that. So 157. So Corey is going to be benching 155 kilos for his third attempt. And he fights for it, and it looks like he's going to lock it out. So locks it out. We're going to jump up to 157, and then 160. We got Darius coming out here looking for a 157.5 bench, 347 pounds. So 347 here. And then we'll take another 157. So he's fighting for it. Just got to get the, not going to happen today. Really just comes down to when you bench close grip like that and the extended range of motion, you have so much a larger of a margin of error. So I mean, towards the top, if you run out of talent with the triceps, you just have a longer distance to travel. You have to a higher likelihood that you have something go wrong. It's less technical, but you got to be on top of everything. So Zach coming up with 157.5 kilos, 347 pounds for his third attempt. That's going to be a no lift for Zach on his third attempt. So Jason coming out for his third attempt at 160 kilos, 352 pounds. So 352 pounds on the bar for Jason Dong. So Jason unreacts 160. Hey, and he's gonna lock it out. Nice 160 bench for Jason, pretty chill. Jimmy said if you got rid of one USAPL rule, which rule would it be? Uh, well, let me think about that, Jimmy, and let me get back to you. Let me think about it. If I was, I wouldn't get rid of a rule, but I would add a rule. that you can't pull sumo. So then Jimmy has to pull conventional. But it's like Jason hit 160. He got up to 162 for Deshaun. And Greg Green was taking 170 for his third attempt. Jimmy, bro, I literally watched you pull sumo, buddy. Gregory Green, 170 kilo, third attempt. See how much he can fight it out, but locks out the 170 after putting a big fight. And that should be three white lights for Gregory. So we got 170 for Greg, and now we have Gregory Ornero. He's got 180, 396-pound bench, third attempt, like a mustache fitness athlete. And he's gonna lock out that 180 for his bench there for Greg. So we have three lifters left in this flight for third benches. We have Ryan, and then we're gonna have Chad, and then we're gonna have William. So Ryan's taking a 2.5 kilo jump from 177 to 180. Chad is taking a 5 kilo jump from 177 to 182. It's gonna be a no lift for Ryan. Now we'll see if Chad can put 182 on the board. Secure the 400-pound bench. That's a good bench from Chad. Gonna be should be a good lift. Nice 3 for 3 bench there. Ugh. Alrighty, last bench attempt of this flight C. I try to get some life back for deadlifts, but I'm kind of geeked. William with another attempt at 182.5 kilos. He failed in on his second near the top, so we'll see what he can do here. And it's not going to fall on his second try at it. So that concludes the bench portion of the session 2. Um, and I will be back in like 10 minutes and we'll start deadlifts. Alrighty, I'm back for deadlifts. So I think I missed a few attempts, but brother Jeremy, with 192 and a half kilos on the deadlift, 424 pounds. Buddy with the opener. But we got three full flights of deadlifts. You can probably expect this to probably get over around 8 o'clock Central Standard Time. Really just depends, I guess. But I would assume it'll probably get her over around that time. And a good pull by Will there with 197 and a half kilos. It's going to be 435. I'll tell you what, I think the worst thing is when you're spotting and loading, just from personal experience, spotting and loading, and Buddy will just stand. I mean, realistically, you don't need to use the jack between its uh changing plates like this unless they're throwing a yeah, they don't need to jack that up. But either way, even when they are changing plates, there's nothing more frustrating when you're trying to get a weight loaded and you can't jack the weight up because somebody's standing waiting for the lights. And Jonah grip and rips that pupper right off of the floor. 205, 452. And Braden with a 220 kilo deadlift opener, 485 pounds. Alrighty, so we got 230 loaded for Ari. I think they dropped his deadlift opener 5 kilos a few minutes ago. He was supposed to be opening up at 235, decided to take a little bit less at 230. Just make sure they get something on the board here. And Ari with 230. Pretty easy opener for Ari. And then we will get over to a 232 and a half deadlift attempt for Beck Jensen, Eden Prairie native. So we got Beck taking 232, 513 pounds as his opening attempt. They gave now they just had to delete the results of Beck's lift because it said that he got it done, but he actually never pulled. So it said it was a successful lift, so they just pulled him back, getting 232 loaded for him. and he's gonna go out and hit it. So then we'll load up 235 for the next lifter. Back with the hinge. Strong pull. Strong pull. And now we have Nicholas with 235 kilos, 518 pounds for his opening attempt here. That is going to be a good lift. It is not a good lift. That's going to be two red lights for Nicholas with 235 kilos. And Lincoln with 240 kilos as his opener. And he is seen one lifter opening at 240 kilos. He's definitely got the deadlift build. So we're gonna go to uh, John Paul Johnson with 242, 534 pounds for his opening attempt. And that's going to be a good lift for Jean Paul Johnson. No, that is not a good lift for Jean Paul Johnson. Two red lights. So, and Maxwell getting ready to pull his opener at 245 kilos, 540 pounds. And here is a Mario. He is doing 245, 540 pounds for his opener. I am gonna take a quick break here. I should be back in a few minutes. Alrighty, so Nicholas with his second attempt at 245 missed his opener. Not on strength, just technical. I think he fell forward or had a soft knee or something, but comes back, hits a 245 on a second. We'll see what the judges have to say. Three white lights for him. So we've got a number on the board with 245 there.
Thanks, man. If you're gonna say I would play the game, but it's already the
250 kilos for Jean Paul Johnson. He also got hit a failed opener, but comes back in second, 250. So he's on the board. Now Beck's coming up for his second at 250. Bodied his opener at 232, so takes a 17 kilo jump to 250 kilos, 551 pounds. So 251 or 250 kilos is good for Beck on his second attempt. And now we have Lincoln coming out for a state record, Indiana state record. I believe he's from Indiana with a 252 kilo deadlift attempt on his second, 556. Grinds it out, holds it at the top, gets the down command, and we will have to see what three white lights, and that's a state record for Lincoln. And we are loading up 260 kilos for Maxwell. Maxwell getting that hook grip set, conventional puller, and he's fighting to lock out and lost his grip on it. Looked at his thumb, might have been a tear there. Looks like, yeah, he's got a tear on his thumb, so it's either going to come out and pull mixed or we'll have to see what they end up doing, but maybe come out and try to pull that again, 252. If he's got a torn thumb, fight through the torn thumb with the hook grip, or he just switches to mixed and battles. Well, we got a Mario Salinas Flex Training Systems coming for this 262 deadlift, 578 pounds, and that's an easy second attempt. And he will probably be loading at least 272 and getting past that 600 mark. And then Wyatt Hubbard's gonna take 275, 606 pounds for his second attempt on deadlift. And then it looks like we're gonna have a retake, 212 and a half kilos for Jeremy Monk at the end of the flight. So something must have happened while I was gone to the point where he gets a redo He gets a retake of 212 kilos at the when Wyatt finishes up here with 275. Looking like a tough second. See what the judges have to say there. And that's going to be a good lift for Wyatt at 275. So now we're going to have Jeremy come out, hit 212. Jeremy's coming out 212 kilos on the bar for Jeremy. And this will be a second attempt of his second attempt. And Jeremy looks like he locked it out. And 3 white lights for Jeremy at 212 kilos, 468 pounds. And then we're going to switch it over to Jonah. Jonah's got 227 kilos, 501 pounds. It's his third attempt. He's going to run up to the bar and do a little grip and rip. He's got a little tug jug action. It looks like Jeremy ended off the last, like the round of seconds, he rounded the flight off with a retake at 212 kilos, and it looks like they're loading up 215 for him. I think they're going to give him some time. Give him some time before he goes out on the platform and takes 215. Looks like they're setting the timer for 4 minutes, so he's going to have 4 minutes. And he can go out whenever he so decides to take that 215 kilo third attempt deadlift. So it looks like we have a few minutes left here, probably about 2 minutes before we have Jeremy coming out for his retake of, or not his retake, but his third attempt at 215 kilos after he just took 212 to end out the second or the flight on second attempts. So it looks like he's got about 20 seconds and then they'll start the clock for Jeremy to get out on the platform and take the 215. Alrighty, so the clock hits zero and we are ready for Jeremy to come out and take 215 kilos for his third attempt. Looks like he is scratching. He is scratching the 215. Scratching the 215, and then Jonah's going to be taking 227 kilos. Once the timer starts for Jonah, he'll get out there and do a little grip and rip. 227 not going to fall for Jonah today. So 230 kilos on the bar for Will Anderson. He's got the hook grip set. Drop. Zeno said no good. So unsuccessful 230 pull for Will. We're going to jump all the way to 252.5, 556 pounds for Braden. And that's going to be a good lift for Braden. The judges three white lights. So a good lift for Braden. Ari's coming out with 252 and a half kilos, 556 pounds. Gets it strong off the floor, fights to lockout, and it's going to be. And Ari gets pretty excited after that 252 deadlift. I don't know exactly what he said, but he was happy. And John Paul fights for that 255 kilo deadlift. Nicholas fights for that third deadlift attempt. We will see what the judges say. 255 kilos, 562. And it's going to be three white lights. So Nicholas comes through on that third attempt with 562 pounds. We got Maxwell coming out 260 kilos, 573 pounds for his third attempt. So we're going to go 260, 262, 277. Maxwell, yeah, that one. So no lift for Maxwell on his third attempt at 260 kilos. And now we are going to have Beck coming up. Beck's going to take a 262 kilo third attempt. So 262, 578 pounds for Beck on this third attempt deadlift. Got the Steve Denovi hinge and fighting for lockout. And looks like he's got it. We will see what the judges have to say. And it's going to be three white lights for Beck. So a successful third attempt deadlift at 262 kilos. And now we have a Mario going out for 277.5 kilos, 611 pounds. And Mario's had a pretty good day so far. If he makes this, he'll go 7 for 9. But he's got 277 and 611 loaded for his third deadlift attempt. And a clean wedge. He's fighting for lockout, locks it out. And we will see what the judges have to say. It's 2-1. 2-1, no lift. His coach can go to the judges table. He can go to the jury and challenge it. In reality, there's no reason not to. Try to get that on the board for him, but does not look like that's what they're gonna do. Go Wyatt! And now Wyatt gonna close out this flight on deadlifts, 282.5 kilos. And that's not going to fall today. Good fight, just couldn't get past that sticking point above the knee. And we're starting off this second flight with Andrew taking 175 kilos, 385 pounds for his deadlift opener. It's a good lift for Andrew to start off the second flight opener with the 175 kilos. So we're going to jump up to Jackson Geister with 200 kilos, 440 pounds. And an easy opener for Jack, 200 kilos. And that's going to be a good lift for Jack. Now we got Patrick taking 210 kilos for his opening attempt here, 463 pounds. And looks like a clean deadlift. Should be an easy 3 by lights for Patrick on his opening attempt, 210 kilos. And then it looks like we are going to make a little jump. Little jump to 215 kilos up next for Braxton. So 215 here. And then we'll have 215 for Cam DeMambro. And should be a good lift for Braxton with 215 kilos. So just gonna readjust the weights on there. And Cam is gonna take the same thing, 215 kilos, 474 pounds. Very, very patient in the ledge. Can imagine Pat of Thicky Training Systems is gonna take a pretty hefty jump for Cam's second attempt. Probably a 15 to a 20 kilo jump. And he took a 17, so 232 for Cam's next attempt. And now we have Thomas on platform blue taking 220 kilos, 485 pounds for his opening attempt. Slowed down a bit at the knee, but finished it strong. And we'll take Looks like we're going to take a 230 kilo open attempt for Jalen. And Jalen with a pretty clean deadlift opener. Nice hinge position. Just driving those knees and the quads forward and pretty clean lockout. So now we have 252 on the bar for Blaze. Flex Training Systems athlete, 252, 556 pounds for Blaze. And a good lift from Blaze on his opener attempt. Now Nick coming out 255 kilos, 562 pounds. Nick getting ready to pull this 255. And that's going to be a good lift for Nick. Haven't got the lights yet, but they're bringing out Keaton for his opener. Keaton's opening at 260 kilos, 573 pounds. And then the last attempt of the flight is going to be Andrew taking 275, 606 pounds. So we got the white lights for Nick. Should have the white lights for Keaton. And then we'll get the 275 loaded up for Andrew. So Andrew taking a 606-pound opener. Moving it fairly easy. And that's going to be 3 white lights for Andrew to finish off openers. So we'll get into second attempts here. Andrew, the other Andrew, is going to be taking 185, a 10 kilo jump from 175 for his second attempt. So Andrew with a 185 second attempt deadlift, and that's 3 white lights. So that's a successful second attempt for Andrew. And then Jack Geister taking us, or we have uh, Patrick, Patrick jumping up to 215 kilos, and then we'll have Jack Geister taking 217, making a 17-kilo jump from 200 to 217. Patrick fighting for position off the floor, locked it out, but he dropped it. Dropped it, so it's going to be red lights. So that's going to be a no lift for Patrick on his second attempt at 215 kilos when they bring the lights out. But Jack coming out with 217 kilos, 479 pounds. Jack with a very, very easy 217.
Wait. No, it wasn't. It did nothing. Okay.
They might have still had 215 kilos loaded for Jack. I think they only had 215 loaded for him, but I could be wrong. They might have had that chip on there. Either way, coming up next is Braxton taking 230 kilos, 507 pounds for his second. And that's going to be a good attempt for Braxton. He'll have a 3 white light lift for 230 kilos, 507 pounds. We'll take the same weight, or yeah, we'll take the same weight for Thomas. Thomas will take 230 kilos as well. Neptune lights for the 230, but they have 232.5 loaded for Cam DeMambro. So 3 white lights for Thomas on his 230, making a 5-kilo jump to 235, and Cam coming out for 232 and a half kilos, 513 pounds, 512 pounds. And a patient wedge for Cam at 512. He's ready to load something nice on his third attempt. Now we got Jalen coming up 252 kilos. He's got a nice conventional deadlift, nice hinge, and a pretty efficient wedge where he's just straight from the hinge to the bar. So he's got 556 for his second attempt here. And a good attempt for Jalen on his second at 556 pounds. And then up next, we're going to have Blaze. Blaze going to do 267.5. He's 589 pounds. So we got Blaze 267 on a bar here. And a nice second attempt there for Blaze. So Nick with a smooth 267. Seconds.
Second play. Russian.
So Keaton's got 275 loaded and 606 pounds for his second attempt. And then we will have one more attempt. Andrew will have 295 for his second attempt. Keaton blows up the second attempt at 275 kilos and is ready for another big jump, 290 potentially. So I bet they go a little bit less. So probably 285 to 287.
Let's go.
But Andrew's coming up with 295 kilos, 650 pounds on the barbell. And that's a really nice clip from Andrew. So he's for sure going to surpass the 300 mark on his third attempt. Probably if they took a 20 from 275 to 295. If they took another 20 and put him at 315 kilos or 694 pounds. Not sure if they'll try to get the 700 pound deadlift. They 317.5. Sounds like Coach Man just said 320. So Andrew is going to end off of this flight on third attempts with 320 to 705 pounds. So other Andrew coming up with 192 and a half, 424 pounds for his third attempt. He's fighting for it. Almost to lockout. Seems to lock it out just fine. And the judges are going to give him a three white light good lift. Three white lights good lift. Then we're gonna have Patrick coming up. Patrick's coming up for a 225 kilo deadlift. He failed 215. He locked it out. He just dropped it at the floor. So we are going to see what Patrick does here with 496 pounds. Did not break the floor, so no there from Patrick on his third attempt at 225 kilos. But we do have a 235 coming up here for William, I believe. Thomas is his name. Thomas. 235, 518 pounds for Thomas. That one came off of the floor a tad bit, did not end up having it. And we're going to go to 240 kilos for Braxton. Braxton's going to take 240 kilos, 529 pounds. And then we'll have thicky, back-to-back thicky athletes taking 245 kilos. Jack Geister jumping from 200 to 217 to 245. And that's going to be a good deadlift for Braxton at 240 kilos. Clean execution on the third attempt there, 3 light lights, and a successful third attempt at 529 pounds for Braxton. Now we have Jackson Geister coming up here with a 245 kilo deadlift, 540 pounds. So Jack coming out 245 on the bar. His first 2 pulls have looked pretty crispy. See if he can pull this together and get this 245 third. Fights for it, and he locks it out for his third. And we'll see what the judges say, but a big pull for Jack to come through. And yeah, good meat for Jack. I think he went 9 for 9 today, so very, very good meat for Mr. Jack. And Cam's getting hyped up, ready for 245. This will be a big pull. Big pull for Cam. 245 kilos. And it's going to be a no lift for Cam. Looked like he lost some grip on it, but nonetheless, looked like a pretty good positioning off of the floor. Just wasn't there today, but a good meet for Cam. Now we got Jalen coming up with 270 kilos, 595 pounds. Looking pretty good on the deadlift so far. So 270 coming up on his third attempt, 595 pounds. So they concluded lifting on the red platform probably about 10, 15 minutes ago, and we still about halfway through third attempts here on blue. And Jalen's not going to get past the knees today. A good fight with 270 kilos there. And up next, we're going to have Blaze coming back out. I think he's got a 200, it should be coming up, 277 and a half kilos on his third attempt, 611 pounds. So Blaze getting settled in, ready to pull 277, 611 pounds on his third attempt. It's a good wedge position, nice positioning off the floor and locks it out. And we'll see what the judges have to say. 3 white lights for Blaze on his third attempt. So Nick's coming out, 277 and a half kilos on the bar for him, 611 pounds, a repeat of what Blaze just pulled. So 277 here for Nick Wicker. Nick fighting for lockout. Not sure what they're going to say here. Think it's going to be a failed lift, but the judges may give him whites. 2-1, 2-1, and his coach is heading to the jury table to contest it. If it gets overturned, I'll let you know, but see what the jury has to say. Looked like there was maybe some soft shoulders at lockout, and he was kind of losing grip. But if they overturn it, then I will let you know. Now we have Keaton got 287 loaded. 287 is going to be 633 pounds. So they took a 12 and a half kilo jump from his second attempt to his third. And he's fighting for lockout. He lost grip on it. Looks like the next lifter is going to change an attempt, potentially, and not quite take the 320. I think they might need less than that. 307. So instead of the 320, they're dropping to 307, and I believe this is to win the junior division in 100s. So if Max pulls 307, he pulls for the junior win. So Andrew coming up to pull 307. It's going to be 678 pounds. Fighting for it off the floor. We'll see what the judges say. It looked soft to me. Oh, they gave it to him. 3 white lights. So even if opposing coach wanted to contest that, they actually could not take that to the jury to contest it since there was not a red light. And that was the last pull of the second flight, so we'll open up this flight C. Uh,
I
what did you say?
said, who are these buddies?
Buddy one, buddy two. We got Nicholas taking 165 for an opener and locking it out. And should be a good lift for Nicholas to open up the flight C deadlifts. Delicious. No. We got we got Buddy John taking the 180.
He said we got Buddy John.
Buddy John taking the 180 kilo opener deadlift, 396 pounds.
Buddy John, here we go. See Russell. Russell Outhouse. Yeah. I said we got it's the middle name of the next team, so you're me Outhouse. So I five something now.
Alrighty, so 3 white lights for John on his opening deadlift.
All right, we got the dually setup going. Hopefully, you can hear us all just fine. Standing up. Gonna get multiple talkers on the live stream now.
Yap sesh for the last 45 minutes of deadlift.
Yeah, we're gonna be here for a little bit still. Got to get through a whole nother flight. The red platform is finished. Just waiting on the blue platform now, so we can get out of here.
Get out of Appleton.
Get out of Appleton. Here's Deshaun. Is this Deshaun?
Um, that is Corey.
Okay, I was gonna guess that's probably Corey.
Corey and Trevor.
Corey and Trevor. Yeah, we're so used to self yapping. It's crazy to have multiple voices over here right now. So we are one behind on the lifting cast potentially,
Caught
or
up
at least
now,
on
Chad.
the
Chad's
display.
coming out with 220.
Yep, Chad coming out 220, 485 opener. There's
Buddy,
Chino
get the
flexing the
hand off
rings.
the camera.
Chino out here flexing. Eyes for the camera. Chad Mara. Where's Buddy train out of? Do you know? What's that gym called?
Like Southwest something.
Okay.
I don't know where. It's somewhere in Wisconsin.
Chad Mara opening at 485.
Okay.
Yep.
Clean slack pull into the wedge. Very strong opener.
W. How do you get into the comments on this thing? I was trying to figure it out on my phone. How do you pull up the commies on it?
You can't. You can't on the live.
You
Or
can't?
on the.
Yeah.
You have to have the app.
Oh, I don't have the app. How's the chat looking?
Jimmy, when Jason comes through, Jimmy will be in the.
Jimmy's live. Yeah.
Jimmy, if you're watching, I'm trying to see a comment, buddy.
Jimmy said bro was twisting and turning. Was he talking about Jason's squat? Yeah, I peeped that.
Gregory Green.
Even his second was a little twisty.
Graham opener. Strong dimensional puller.
Double G, Greg Green.
Race from the top. Or not.
Oh, Jimmy actually gave you a question. If you got rid of one USAPL rule, what would it be?
I said
Jimmy.
Jimmy can't.
Knockout.
Jimmy don't pull sumo.
I thought he.
No, he bench switch back to conventional. See, Jimmy, if you're out there, I know your stuff, my boy.
Greg with the 3 white lights.
We got William next. The Los Campeones lifter.
2.5 times body weight for an opener.
Nice math, Milo.
Thank you. I may or may not have whipped out a calculator for that, which is difficult with a 100-kilo class.
Yep. Here we go. Come on, William.
Oh, we got a Des comment.
I would get rid slam the bar rule.
That's what?
Thank you, Des, for that comment.
I mean, it is, yeah.
Yeah, I may or may not have got stuck with that at Collegiate Nationals this year.
USAPL rule.
It'll be interesting to see how second and third attempts get put into the scoring table. Oftentimes we'll see conventional pullers a little lighter than their sumo counterparts. So it'll be interesting to see how placing ends up.
Facts.
Well, the conventional pullers this flight should be interesting.
Okay, I've seen the Zachary didn't got before. He could be last regionals. Looks familiar.
Quite the beard.
Oh, yeah.
Like the man on the old dead seat.
Okay. Here's the dong man.
Mr. Jason.
Jason Dong, monster.
Jimmy.
Dong, Gary Dealer. A man of many names.
Jimmy better be in the chat.
Jason opening at 255, 562.
Strong puller. We'll see where he ends up.
Yeah, I may have expected a slightly heavier opener for the boy.
I think they were wanting to open up a little more conservative, but I could have been wrong.
Checks out.
Jason sets his brace, breathes in at the top, then reaches down to grab the bar. Different from some other people. Very strong opener, very solid lock.
Gino coming over to Glaze.
Snappy Jason.
Gino is also rocking the playlist.
Oh, he realized that it was the American anthem, or the national anthem.
That might have put us.
Yeah, we didn't need to give us that song. Gino was making a beeline. I was like, what's going on?
Gino
Just had to change the next song.
Gino's locked in.
One of one.
Strong opener from Ryan.
Ryan Sanders.
Looks like he's the 100-kilo class, but weighing in at 95, kind of light. Should have put this
606 opener.
very strong.
We got
Very
Raphael in the chat.
A little shaky past the knee, but no problem locking it out.
The white lights for the Lemieux Training Systems athlete.
So yeah, we can kind of recap Jason's squats. So basically, they were having issues loading. They weren't loading. They weren't putting collars on correctly.
Yeah,
So
loose collie.
Jason took it into his own hands to adjust the collar while the time was running. And then they didn't reset it. He essentially timed out, and then they decided that should get another attempt. So at the end of the flight, he got to retake 232.
Now, it might not throw off the number of attempts you're able to hit, but it does throw you out of the zone when you're getting mentally ready to hit an attempt. So, could pay a price.
So yeah, the asterisk is the re-lift. Seen a few of those today, whether it's a misload, any type of mistake. I've never received a re-lift. Have you, Milo?
I had the option to at Ronats last year. Had a missed call on my second bench, but I would have ended up having to take the relift at the end of the flight. and I was opening flat on bench.
Wait,
bench is not great.
Was it when Tyler wasn't ready to give you the handoff?
I mean, I didn't want to slander anyone today.
My fault. That would have been a crazy relift just for like.
Yeah, relift, and then 3 minutes later, take your third bench. So no, we just scrapped it, retook
Yeah,
it.
yeah. But like, did you time out because you were waiting for the lift? I can't. No, you had to replace the bar, right?
Yeah, I
And
had
then he
a
wasn't ready to come back
for
in.
15 seconds, replaced the bar, then didn't get a lift off. Was the best, but didn't end up costing me much.
What's Lee talking about? Oh, he's blazing.
It's like Darius got the last deadlift of this flight at 305, 305 openers.
Always good feeling to end a flight on deadlift.
305 conventional.
Some good, strong conventional pullers today.
Yeah, seen a lot of big conventional pulls.
Red interstinctly, you don't see that very often. Walk out. Very easy. Very easy lift.
Gonna put a grippy rip.
Grippy rib.
3 highlights.
And we'll work our way back into Nicholas, 175 kilos, 385 pounds on second units.
I'm not seeing the check lady. I'm gonna keep an eye out. All right, back to the top of the order.
Nicholas rocking the Frozen Tundra MG Powerlifting tee under the 2018 SBD Winter Singlet.
Respect, honestly.
You play been in the sport for a while.
Goes
Yeah.
to kilo actually.
Yes?
Yeah, the late night lifter.
Oh, the late night lifter. Well, he got it. 3 white lights on that second attempt. 3 reds and a collar. 175.
Should be able to hit quite a big jump.
Yeah, call it a 10-kilo jump for his third. We got Barry, the master lifter, OG.
Buddy Barry and Buddy John back to back.
They are boys for sure.
Master standard.
Okay, what do you think about that lockout, fellas?
See what the judges have to say. I think it looked pretty good for this.
I'm seeing 3 whites. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
seeing
I'm
3
seeing
whites.
It's interesting. You can see powerlifting. It's quite a variety of ages. It seems like compared to other sports, there's a longer longevity. Lifters see a lot, some and pushing into their 70s and 80s.
Yeah, type.
There was a morning session Masters 4 guy that was in the
Oh.
70 to 79 that pulled,
Yeah, that's
I think,
correct.
255.
Yeah, I warmed up with him
He-
on his clap.
He was cracked.
Bro, he pulled that at
Yeah.
70? Golly.
I think it was like in the 260s actually.
Bro,
Dang.
that's actually crazy.
That's wild. That is cool.
Okay,
Right over
John,
99.
buddy. Nah,
That's better
crazy.
execution than me.
Okay, we're gonna go 200 kilos, 440 pounds.
Two times body weight. Good shot.
Six sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't.
All right, getting 4 reds on there. That's for Corey. Big Corey Holmes.
Uh-oh, Dez is low-key dogging on you, Milo.
Milo is super quiet, by the way. I mean, he's just too tall. This is like getting the knot side right now.
This is the 5'6", Mike.
Yeah. This...
Hey, yo, should I cook up?
Oh, we got Sendo. Sendo, just hop in for a second, my boy.
Yes, shot.
1 2 1 2. Hold up. What can I say on here legally?
Just
Oh.
blazing to a minimum.
I got you. Well, I've never been a fan of anyone here, so they said I went.
That's kind of the chat.
We love conventional. Dez,
Feeling of love towards convention today, send out.
Oh gosh, it's a party back here.
all I'm gonna say is if I really spoke my mind on conventional, they would find me.
All right, Gary Tunn's telling us to chill out. He said, "Get Sendo off the mic." Well, he's not going to say nothing.
What am I saying?
All right, we missed a couple lifts. Whatever happened there, no lifts. Yeah, we got to lock it. Sorry, Sendo.
I can be serious.
I know. You're right. You're right.
All right, we're locked back in. We got Chad.
Okay,
back on.
yeah, Chad. We got to lock back in. We got Chad, and the chat is locked in.
Buddy went 35
Yeah.
kilo jump from the open.
Oh, big jump. Okay, getting locked in.
Posted on his story and said his back was cooked.
So yeah, like light opener, big jump there though. 562, moving decent.
Chad definitely pulled over 300.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry about that, everybody. Got all unhinged in the live stream booth for a second, but we're locked back in. This is our friend.
Out for the D1 Blaze, so
Yeah, Zachary Ditson. Jimmy was on me for glazing today.
Wow.
got William coming out, 267, 578.
Strong
Or
second
that's not
pull.
578, that's 589. Yeah, but
17
Yeah,
and a half kilo
589.
jump, pretty sizable. But as we see, a conventional puller, so more likely to make big jumps.
Competed at last year's regionals as well.
I was like,
That would be crazy.
Hey, pass me his in, man. Sendo, pass me my back.
Jason calling for Sendo to come slap his back. Not yet.
Right.
William pulling 589. Locks it out. Yeah, 3 whites. Good pull for Big William.
You'll see some lifters enter onto the platform a little bit more hype. Others calm, methodical. Everybody has their own style. Some people like Jason coming up now likes to get slapped on the back multiple times, have some ammonia.